About that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've been on their program for only a few weeks now, and yet in that time frame, I've lost over 25 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me and the whole Next Round crew accountable along the way. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program, and then join us in our journey to healthy living, and you can sign up your whole office for the Way to Wellness Weight Loss Challenge at nextroundlive.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Ready to go again live on a Friday. Should be a fun one. Brown has done it. Brown has done it today. He has found the quarterback I have either projected in one of the greatest stake bets ever to be USFL champion halfway through a draft, or I've landmined. But Jordan Tiamu will be on the show today at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I never had any association with Jordan. Was able to track him down. I hear he's a nice kid.
Watching him at Ole Miss for a minute, I was like, I think this guy's going to be successful in the NFL. And, he was on a couple of practice squads. And now I guess he'll have an opportunity. I mean, that's one thing about the USFL. If you're a quarterback, you go out there and you play extremely well, and he plays like you think, and Tampa dominates, he'll have an opportunity in the NFL.
This will be one of the greatest stake bet wins of all time if Tampa Bay, what if they go 1972 Miami Dolphins and just run through this league and never lose a game?
And then they can get together for years to come and pop champagne when the team loses?
Yeah, every time the last unbeaten team falls in the USFL, they'll get together. Looking forward to...
I just hope our guests can stay healthy.
Already, I can tell you. We're going to start off this interview with Tiamu in an hour. Are you excited about the USFL? Apparently not as much as you.
Clearly.
Is he going to be like, I didn't realize I got drafted until the day after?
They just called me.
Are we going to be up front with them about the history of the landmine?
Yeah, well, I think we can, with a little nuance, I think we can ease our way into it.
I don't think he really cares. I don't think Hawaiians are superstitious.
Interesting. We'll ask him that, too.
Okay. Or Hawaiians are superstitious.
They continue to swim with tiger sharks all of the time. So
Coming up 1 hour from now, are Hawaiian superstitions, and should you put pineapple on pizza? All that coming up. Chip Brown is with us today at 11 o'clock.
Chris is coming too. It'd be good. It'd be a good interview.
I was still laughing at should you put pineapple on pizza? He's like, of course you're going to ask the Hawaiian. Should you put pineapple on pizza? Did you ask two of that question?
Such a stereotype.
And Bucky McMillan joins us in the final hour of the Red Hot Samford team trying to wrap up the SoCon at Chattanooga on Saturday, and then they head off. We'll get to basketball all coming up in a moment. But I want to start with this study that has come out. Dennis Dodd's writing it at CBSSports.com. It's not a study. It's actual factual numbers. They do this every year. But attendance in college football has dropped again, and all the commissioners are weighing in on it. And I want to get the initial reaction from you guys. Here's the nuts and bolts of it as we get going. As a whole, according to Dodd, 39,848 fans is the average gate for college football. That's down 3.93% from 2019. You throw out the 2020 numbers because of COVID. So around college football, it's down 3.93%. It's a big number initially, but you know, it's all of college football, and that average of 39,000 doesn't resonate with us SEC fans. So you want to go to the SEC. Well, the decrease is the lowest average since 1999.
So the least decrease since 1999.
0.007% is
flat.
the increase. Yeah, a flat number.
Yeah.
But Sankey is very upfront. There's plenty of, if you will, negativity around the collegiate sports world right now, Sankey told Dodd. People have said, well, these decisions won't affect fan interest. Well, something certainly is. It's not just TV. It's not just COVID. We have to rethink our approach on key issues. That's almost a Captain Obvious moment. That from Greg Sankey there. Other leagues are not as healthy as the SEC in attendance. Others have dropped a lot. But even SEC stadiums were less full this year. Is it just TV in your opinion?
I think it is. I don't think it has. You look at the NBA, I think they got really political. The NFL for a moment, the national anthem, that controversy, it's come back since then. But Brown, to me, I don't think there's anything that is really polarizing when it comes to college football. The conversations I've had with certain fans is, after COVID, we stopped going to a few games and we enjoy watching at home now.
Yeah, give me what the other possibility would be. I mean, what if you just had to say, okay, it's not TV, it's this. What would this be? Just give me
NIL.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there are some fans that are being bothered by so many changes at one time in college athletics. Just to correct something before you go on, there's a graph that explains it a little bit better. Average attendance in 2021 in the SEC, 72,195, the lowest since 1999.
But here's what I would say about that.
That's a different story now.
Yeah.
As soon as I throw that out,
You said NIL. Yeah.
Let's say it's NIL. Well, you're not going to watch it home then.
That's right.
Like for me, the NBA really did become too political. I just don't watch anymore.
Yeah. Right.
So it's not that I'm not going to the games.
Yeah.
I still think these fans that aren't going to the games are still watching.
And I think the TV ratings are the strongest they've ever been. Now, college football is hard to gauge that because you'll have 7 or 8, maybe even more. What do you think the max is on TV? Like sitting in my living room.
Well, I mean, you can't count them all if you're counting streaming, right? Because ESPN Plus has it on. But on just on satellite or cable or over-the-air television, I would say a good, highly viewed 5, 6, 7, 8 games at one time.
Yeah, if not more. Yeah, because you got ACC Network, SEC Network, ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU.
No, I've looked. It's up to 9.
NBC, ESPN, CBS. I mean, they could all have Fox. They could all have FS1 all at the same time.
Smash those numbers together.
So it's kind of hard to put your finger on those numbers, but I feel like the TV product is the strongest it's ever been for college football. So that would kind of counteract anybody that would say, oh, NIL's driving me away. Well, no, you're watching it at home. It's not driving you away. You're just not going to the game. And that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what softened the blow for me not going to Super Bowl 56. Outside of, financially, I was just like, I can't do this. Just doesn't financially make sense. But I started to think to myself, I've been to the last 3 Rams Super Bowls, and to be able to watch it from the vantage point of my couch and to really have that TV experience, I mean, to me, watching at home is by far not even close to the best experience.
I mean, I think the only other thing you could say would be ticket prices.
Yeah, money. Because
money is,
For instance, my Tampa Bay Lightning, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions, I just noticed playing in Nashville tomorrow night. And I was like, God, maybe I even asked Lunsford, who's a Predator fan, maybe we ride up and catch the game tomorrow night, 6:30.
Oh, really? You and Lunsford headed up?
And so Brown said, well, let me check tickets. Get in, top of the arena, $65. I said, well, I want to sit lower bowl. If I'm driving to Nashville, put me in the lower bowl. What's the ticket price?
What'd I tell you, $175 per?
Yeah, regular season hockey game, $175 just to get
cheapest lower bowl.
Yeah, it's your team, man.
Cheapest lower bowl. I mean, but that's expensive.
But I was surprised.
It is. Yeah. But if you're going to do that once a year.
Yeah, but factor in if you're an Alabama or Auburn football fan. If I don't, the money you're paying to have season tickets are enormous. Now I've got to buy on the secondary market.
But that Ole Miss Alabama ticket, a good ticket this year was $500+.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That secondary
that
market,
gets juicy.
Right?
Yeah.
That secondary market. I was stunned how expensive Titans tickets were. Now, a good friend of mine hooked me up, so thank God I did not have to pay for them, and he was very generous to do that. But when I started looking at Dolphins-Titans tickets, that's an expensive ticket. I mean, I was blown. And I came back from that. I mean, this is NFL now, but there's a lot of commonality here. I came back from that with the same exact thought I have every time I go to an NFL game, which is only to see the Dolphins. Those are the only NFL games I go to. Well, I take that back. I've been to another one, but it was a Thursday night game, so it's different. I don't know why people go to NFL games.
Yep.
I really do not. It is so much better on TV.
And I told you that. This was the first time I'd ever gone as just a fan. No, I'd gone to one Titans game, but I was in a booth. It's not a real experience. But I went this year to Brady in Atlanta playing the Falcons after the SEC championship game. And then I went back at home and watched bits and pieces on television. They make it more interesting on television, and they make the crowd sound more enthusiastic on television.
Yeah, than it really is.
It was flat inside the stadium. I was like, oh, my God, we're so lucky to have college football like we have it in our state because the NFL product is flat.
And when you were at that Falcons-Bucks game, there were probably, 8 other NFL games going on?
Oh, yeah.
How many of them were you aware of what was happening?
None. I mean, I kept checking my phone.
Okay, so there's what I would say. Like, I enjoy watching all the games.
I do
but
too.
If it's the Rams, I'm totally focused on that game. I have the other games on, but I'm just kind of sampling. So what I would say, and this is going to contradict what I said earlier, I understand why Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, and Georgia fans have their season tickets, want to go hang out at their tailgate, go to their certain bars, hang out with their friends, and really celebrate those teams for those 8 dates. If the Rams were in Birmingham, I'd have season tickets.
You'd be there.
And I'd be there every game.
Every single game.
Every game.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it does come down to, the 3 or 4 hours you spend pregame and a little bit afterwards. I always thought the after parties should last longer at the stadiums, but you have a lot of people trying to leave.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to leave too. But it's almost everything that goes around the actual 3 hours of the game, which I think has always been the challenge for, back in the old days for Auburn and Alabama basketball, driving all that time for such a quick, tight game. In basketball, you drive 2 hours to Auburn from Birmingham, and you're down there, it's 2 hours, and you're 2 hours back in the car. Football, you make it a whole day or a whole weekend experience. A couple of more numbers here. One conference went up in attendance. You want to guess which one?
So the SEC went down. And this is 19 to 21. This is not looking at 20.
Well, I would say there's only 2 that really could go up. I mean, the Big Ten's always had really good attendance. I think it probably went down. I would say the ACC is the one that went up.
It was the Big Ten. They went up. Their average attendance 65,252, the highest since 2018 for them. The Big 12 averages 55,000 fans, lowest since 2000. Pac-12 43,865, the lowest ever.
Lowest ever at the Pac-12?
Yeah, 43,865, the lowest ever.
To be fair to the Pac-12, I mean, it would be easy to sit here and just blow them up. But of all the conferences you just mentioned, that is one that was still going through some very serious COVID restrictions from the states that a lot of those programs are in.
Very good.
I would actually cut them a little bit of slack on this.
ACC average attendance 42,599, the lowest since 1990. That's a long time ago.
That is a long time
You wonder
ago.
how much you factor in fan bases like Florida State.
Yeah.
And those numbers where it used to be packed out.
The AAC, where UAB is going now, keep this in mind. This is the average attendance for the American. If you want to start, some of you look down your nose at UAB crowds. 28,592 is the average with these. Now that includes Cincinnati, UCF, those that are leaving. That's the average attendance right now in the AAC. 28,592, lowest ever. Mountain West, 21,401, lowest ever. Sunbelt, slightly up, 18,410, highest since 2013.
So you said the average AAC was what, 28,000?
28,000.
I mean, that's about where UAB is going to be, right?
Conference USA, where UAB
is that about
right
what
now.
UAB does? About 28, 30,000?
I mean, 30,000 is a good number.
That's
Yeah.
a good number. So they'll be top half of that conference.
Conference USA, where UAB is now, average attendance 18,000,
Yeah.
lowest ever.
Yeah, UAB's above that, obviously. I don't know, man. I mean, it's a changing world. I mean, you've got to keep up, and what the stadiums have tried to do is make it more. I don't know. You can't compete with TV. Like, I've been in stadiums where they try to do it, where they try to put the games up on the screens, and they've just got so much going on. Like, I was at the Iron Bowl, and Ohio State Michigan was playing, and they had it up on the big screen, but they've got so much they've got to do pregame. I got to play this commercial. I got to show the team coming out. I got to show all this. So it's constantly getting interrupted, and they can't control when the team runs out, and I got to put this thing up on the board that Ohio State's knocking on the door to try to make it a one-score game.
Here comes the march in from the band. Got to put that up there. One more attendance. The MAC, the last conference I didn't get to, a 12.4% growth. It's only 17,000 fans, but they're highest since 2006. More interest maybe with Maction on Tuesday and Wednesdays. Those crowds always look small, but it gets exposure. Maybe it helps them on their weekends game. I don't know, but that's all the numbers there.
Well, you talk to a guy that owns a nice restaurant, and they say that 90% of their business is people that come in twice a year, and they come in for an anniversary or a birthday. Regulars are about 10% of a restaurant, a nice restaurant. When it comes to, is it more season ticket holders that are departing, or is it more that casual fan? I consider myself a casual fan. Like, I used to go to 2 or 3 games a year. I go to 1 game a year now.
Right.
And I would rather watch all the games and enjoy it from my couch. So I just wonder if you're losing season ticket holders, which I wouldn't think in the case of Alabama. I think they're still on a waiting list, are they not?
I mean, for years we were told Tide Pride was on a waiting list. I assume it still is, as big as that stadium is.
I don't know. I mean, we can make some text and maybe find out. I'm skewed because I'm a credentialed member of the media when I go, so I'm not spending a ton of money. I mean, it does cost me something to go to the games, but it doesn't cost me, ticket prices or, concessions. and I'm sitting very comfortably in my press box seat. So I'm not the normal person. I enjoy going to the game, but I know I'm experiencing it different than 80% of the stadium is.
But if I've got what would you assume? We're not blowing it out now. Family of 4. I'm in Birmingham, and I'm going to go to a Bama game. All right, me and 3 kids.
Family of 4.
Family of 4, and this is just a normal Alabama game.
$750.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say.
I don't think you can do it less than $750, and that would be on the cheap.
Well, that's tough.
That's tough. And
That's a lot of money to ask.
Yeah, and you think about you do that 8 times a year.
Yeah.
You're spending $6,000.
I mean, that's tough if you do it one time a year.
That really is. I mean, $750, and I'm just going to a normal game at that point. I'm going to go watch Bama, Mississippi State. This isn't like, the Iron Bowl or something like that. That's a lot of money to spend for a normal family.
Bob Bowlesby, the Big 12 commissioner, had this to say: "We really are competing against the 70-inch TV and the beer that is cold in your refrigerator and no lines at the restroom. We have to continue to make sure we enhance the game day experience." And I just don't know what else you can do.
You can't keep up with TV. You really can't.
I mean, they enhance the experience about as much as you can. I'd love to know what you folks in the Farmfolio chat room or on Twitter in the Farmfolio chat at Next Round Live, how you can enhance the experience any more than they're doing.
Well, I mean, because Jeff B is right. I was just in Best Buy the other day, and you know how Best Buy sometimes they pull their TVs up to the front and they got the sign.
Every time I go in, I want to buy another TV.
I do too. I mean, it is so tempting because the prices of TVs, all they do is fall. They come out high and they just start falling. And what was the high-end TV for $3,000 last year is now in the front of the store for $750.
Yeah, and we went into see a new client yesterday, and he has a 120-inch screen in his waiting room.
Right.
Yeah.
You're like, how good would that look in the basement? But one day that thing was probably, I don't know, $10,000. You probably get it for $2,000.
Yeah, but Jeff's right. For the price of that one weekend we mentioned in Tuscaloosa or Auburn, I can put that TV in my house.
Yep. That's right.
And the kids can play in the backyard all day, and they're probably just as happy.
Well, think about it. You don't have to sit next to a guy that's going to spill beer on you and say, "Hey, let's go to the tight end, play action tight end."
No, I don't. The guy that claims he can call every play before
holding.
Yeah.
That guy.
You don't have to worry about a fight breaking out. You don't have to worry about waiting in line for bathroom concessions. You can invite who you want over to your house.
Really, the SEC wanted us to talk about why you should go to the games here.
Well,
Lance.
I mean,
you didn't get the script
again. If I'm a diehard fan, I battle all of those elements because I think it's worth it to see my product every single week.
I will say it is hard, and I've been to a lot of sporting events in my life. It is almost impossible to beat the energy and the atmosphere of a good college football crowd on a big game.
It is hard to do.
But, in Auburn, Georgia, and Alabama, LSU, and Iron Bowl, those are hard to beat.
You know what today is, though? Today's the youngest day you'll ever be, right?
That is true.
Okay, so all I say is there is a factor, too. The older you get, the less you want to deal with it.
Yeah. 18-year-old me cannot believe I'm having this conversation.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Sterling from down at Champy's World Famous Chicken Highway 119. He was on the waiting list for years at Alabama, and when they started to charge him every year to stay on the waiting list is when he dropped off the waiting list.
That's a bold move. So Alabama's like, we don't have tickets for you, but we'll charge you to wait on tickets.
Oh, that's pathetic.
That is a bold move.
How much do they have in their rainy day fund right now?
No. Well, he said now it's $25 a year, but still that's something. It's the principle at that point.
It is the principle again.
Lunsford on the back road. The only game I went to this year, I got into a fight with a Karen in front of me. I'd rather stay home and not deal with Karen.
I agree with Lunsford.
I'd kind of like to hear that story.
Yeah, I can't believe we haven't heard that story.
Well, y'all don't talk to him as much as
Lunsford. You just give me, was it a mask related thing?
Have you heard the story?
I have not.
Yeah. Got a fender bender. He never told y'all about this?
Damn, Dunaway, nobody tells you anything.
Earlier this week, you guys all know that story already. Hey, part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Tell us about Mortgage Right as we get going here. We'll keep considering the Farmfolio chat room.
If I forgot, I made chili last night. I just want to tell you that, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Was it vegetarian chili?
It was veggie chili.
Yeah.
That's not really chili.
Loser.
It's a bunch of beans.
Yes.
You know what's funny is Lady Bird, you know what she had?
What?
A Culver double cheeseburger. And I was the one that went vegetarian last night.
Yeah. Did you and Shailene like your vegetarian chili over there?
It was good, man. I'm telling you, the way I do it was really good. Anyway,
Are
if
you
you're
coming
new
back to the Packers?
to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. Well, wonder no longer, because with our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right is the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you in with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Brad says, I hate the CBS games at 2:30, but don't worry, man, they're going away. You're gonna be searching for the best game in college football all over the place.
I don't think it won't still be at 2:30 though. I mean, you're
I
not going
hope
to lose
so.
2:30 kickoffs.
I hope so. I hope they stay 2:30 on ABC, or I hope there is a place we find for the best game every week, so I know, it's the biggest game of the week. I know it's going to be at this time on this channel. I don't want to. My biggest fear, Brad, because you know what never happened on CBS, Brad. You never had this. You never had, well, such and such a game is running long. 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, we're kicking the biggest game in the SEC off on ESPN News or on ESPN Plus. That never happens. So you can bitch and moan about CBS all you want and all the commercials. All I'm saying is, when we jump in with the great ESPN and ABC, they've got a lot of challenges and they're feeding a lot of mouths. And I hope we have it set aside to where at least one game doesn't start on ESPN News or ESPN Plus.
ESPN doesn't just do it in football. They do it in basketball. It's worse in basketball. They only do a 2-hour window for basketball, and a college basketball game does not last less than 2 hours. A good one doesn't.
No, not if it's close, because we got fouls out the wazoo the final 4 minutes.
What was the game the other night that went 2.5 hours?
It was the
Alabama Vanderbilt.
Well, the Big 12. Oh, gosh, that would last forever. The Big 12 SEC Challenge, you had Auburn, Oklahoma, which preempted the start. I mean, Bama, Baylor, you had to pick it up in progress. Then Bama, Baylor, you had to pick up Kentucky and Kansas in progress. They did it on 3 straight games that were pretty important games.
Tripp says buying the season tickets is a dinosaur concept. Can you give me the caveman? I'm buying season tickets.
Season tickets scare me.
With all the secondary market options, it's so much
822-7382.
It's so much easier to pick and choose games to attend.
No, it really is. I do agree with that. Unless you've got, you'll give me this. There's something maybe nostalgic about if you've got a season ticket and I've been on the 40-yard line. My family had this.
We know everybody around us.
Well, a lot of people like that.
Yeah. Hey, John, how are you doing? Hey, the wedding, your daughter got married. How'd that go?
And sometimes, they can hey, I'm not coming next week. Well, I need those 4. I'll give you my 4. And, your families can sit together.
You remember the season tickets that I had for a minute. Now they've been transferred over. The ones that you sat in that you didn't like, the first row that were actually behind. Mm-hmm. He did bitch about them, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Anyway,
that gets overplayed, I think, a little bit more than Brown not wanting to go get his dog when it leaves the
only
fence.
Reason I bring that up is a buddy of mine still has those tickets, but now he has moved to the really elite tickets. Yeah. But there's still a sweet couple that has had those same tickets for 15 years.
And he walks over and says hi to him.
And I go say hello to him too.
I have sat, my retired Shades Mountain pastor, Danny Wood, one of the biggest Auburn fans I know, and I've sat with him at an Auburn, Georgia game. His dad had those tickets. I mean, those tickets have been in the family since it was like Cliff Harris Stadium. So, there are some people that those things are important to, right? That my dad sat in this very seat, and I'm going to sit in this seat. And I get that. I think that's what makes college football great. That's one of the things.
I think there's something to, a proud fan says, I'm a season ticket holder. Again, like if the Rams relocated to Birmingham tomorrow and they built a SoFi here, I think that's probably going to happen, right? If that happened, I would get in line and I would buy really good season tickets. I would take, that would be my hobby.
Yeah.
John said from his childhood, Lunsford on the back row, that the season ticket holders around his dad and his have now died. And I remember seeing the kids born, and they have the tickets now.
That's really cool.
It's just handed down generation to generation there. So that's how we start today, a conversation about college football attendance, the problems that are out there. And we'd love to see if there's a way you think we can make it better. We'll pass it along to Alan Green and Greg Byrne and Mark Ingram to try to make the experience better. Problem is we're chasing technology. Like we are in a lot of things in life. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the Birmingham Legion. We're getting closer and closer to kicking off the new season. It's happening March 13th down there at Protective Stadium. We roll out against Tampa Bay. The Tampa Bay Rowdies, the team that has bounced Birmingham a couple of times from the playoffs. A little rivalry there, a little hatred there. You get that juiced up with the first game in Protective Stadium. Factor in national television on ESPN2. It's a great time to showcase Great time to showcase just what Birmingham is as a sports and a soccer town. Get your tickets right now, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Single or season tickets are available there, bhmlegion.com. Also, just bookmark that space. You can keep up to date with everything going on with the Legion FC. And don't forget, at BHM Legion on social media. That is coming up in a couple of weekends down at Protective Stadium. Stay tuned for ticket information all summer long with our Birmingham Legion at bhmlegion.com. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation about college sports and some of the basketball that went on last night. And maybe later in the show, before we get to Bucky McMillan, we do just a Q&A. Whatever you guys have on your mind today, we'll just do a rapid-fire question thing. That's likely later in the show as well. It's Fun Friday right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Reed from The Next Round. I'm excited to work with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to reach my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and to hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
All right, back with you on TNR today. Again, we are a distraction from what is going on in the world. That does not mean we're not paying attention and saying prayers and sending our support to everyone involved there. Do you think it was bad programming, correct programming, or coincident yesterday that two different times when I started flipping through channels, Red Dawn was on?
Ooh, that's interesting.
I saw some memes with Red Dawn. I don't think it's a coincidence.
It was on. It's not one of the HBOs, but as I go through my DirecTV streams, it was one of the movie channels right after
remake or not?
No, it was the OG.
Original? Yeah.
Yep.
That's the only one I've seen.
I'm curious how far in advance they have programming for like HBO 7 and HBO 12.
It wouldn't be the worst idea to say, this is going on. What do we got that, might hook people in? Hunt for Red October.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do that one.
And I stopped and watched for a little bit, and then it got to be where I know what's about to happen here. I don't want to be part of that. And
So do you guys remember early on in the HBO days, and even when you would stay at the motel that had the ice maker outside, and one of the things next to the remote was the HBO guide?
Oh, yeah, the little book.
Yeah, and it would have the entirety of the week already laid out for you. I don't think that's anymore. Maybe regular HBO, but I think it is something that, hey, we can program this thing on the fly.
I used to get the TV guide.
Oh, heck yeah.
When we were a kid, and they would have the sports for the whole month when it would come in, like in a section for just sports, and I would flip back to that. And I'd be like, oh, man, in 3 weeks I can watch the Cowboys play somebody.
But I remember one time
next week I can watch the Cowboys play somebody.
I remember watching Falcons-Rams on that, and it wasn't. So the day of, I turn it on CBS, and it's not Falcons-Rams.
The guy who worked in local TV and NBC 13 used to always we'd always carry the Dolphins back when I was young.
That's how I became a Dolphins fan.
And it was always on early, and then you'd have a doubleheader game, and if it wasn't the one that was printed, the TV guide says, I'm supposed to be watching the Broncos and the Raiders.
Y'all would catch it,
and, the phones would melt down. Where's the Broncos and Raiders?
You remember how many Falcons games we used to get here? Because it was always the late game, because they were in the NFC West. We would get a lot of Falcons games here. You get a lot of Falcons 49ers, Falcons Rams,
But back then, I mean, it's different now, but back then, the guy in the back controlled. He would actually dial up the games.
So if he was a Cowboys fan.
But did y'all have other TVs where you could actually go to the station and watch all the games?
I mean, it was not scrambled back then. So I always worked on Sundays, and I would always have other games on.
Yeah.
Now, Dunaway has told me a story. I'm not going to out who this is, but a famous broadcaster, because you said you used to get what they call the backhaul satellite feed.
Oh, yes.
Which is basically what, say, ESPN is sending back to Bristol. You can dial it up and watch it at NBC 13,
or
right?
Sending out, if they were CBS or ABC, Monday Night Football, they would send it out to the ABC affiliates.
So when it went to break, they would be live, and you could hear what they were saying back to Bristol
on
and saying back to the truck, right?
Yep.
There's a great story, Dunaway's Guide. If you want to tell it, fine. If not, no.
Can you tell it?
I'm trying to remember which one it is right now. Is it Al Michaels?
Well, I think it was a prominent broadcaster that didn't like what the studio hosts were saying because they were in Blacksburg and they have to hear it.
Yep.
Is this Chris Berman?
No, this is a college game.
Yeah, it was a college game.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm not going to use the name. It's not fair to use the name, but basically they go back to the studio, and was it Lou Holtz and Mark May are just dogging out like Virginia Tech?
I think it was Mark May.
Yeah, and he's talking back to Bristol. He's like, Mark May says all this stuff, and I'm the guy that's got to be the face here at the stadium. Yeah. You tell Mark if he wants to talk about Virginia Tech, he needs to come to Blacksburg instead of me.
I've got to see Frank Beamer.
That's right.
I've got to see.
Yeah. You tell Mark.
Yep. So Mark was just dogging out Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, I mean, nobody wants to be in Blacksburg this time of year. Oh yeah. Mark's it's easy to say that in Bristol. I'm in Blacksburg. I'm the one that's gonna have to talk to Frank Beamer.
I got to side. I didn't like Mark May. I got to side with him on this though.
But I mean, they drop. It's that kind of. Apparently, it's something that bothered the guy a long time. It's that kind of S word that is. That I have to deal with all the time. They say it back there, and then I'm the one at the stadium.
I'll tell you what, I'll just go to NBC.
I bet if you gave me a multiple choice, I could guess who this guy was.
I think I just gave you a pretty big hint.
Yeah. Did you guys have anybody that you knew that had the big satellite, though, back in the day?
Yeah.
There was only one kid that I went to school with that had the big satellite.
My Uncle Steve had one.
My neighbors had one, but we also had some friends, the Walkers, that had one, and we would
Could you legitimately get anything on that thing?
You could, because what you would also get is like, all right, on one of these TVs, the guys that are doing the satellite hits, like on the news channels,
you'd get those.
You'd get those before they're on, and they're like,
yep. Because sometimes people would be like, I'd be talking to the camera guy. We'd be at Daytona. This was old satellite truck days before everything was, over a cell phone. But I would be like, you'd come up at 9:45 and your hit was at 10 or 9:50. You'd be there for 10 minutes standing in front of there. They'd do mic checks and you'd be listening to programming or whatever, and you'd be talking to people. And they would remind you, hey, remember, you're going out over the satellite.
You're arranging your junk.
Yeah. Picking your nose or talking about anything.
She says to me, if I ever have to smoke another cigarette like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody ever smoke on air?
I mean, back in the day, it was part of the newscast. I mean, the national news people before my time, but you can find it on YouTube, would smoke a cigarette while they were delivering the news.
I remember my first radio gig, which was downstairs.
It was a sponsorship. It was an endorsement.
At the old Cumulus building, the Crest building. But in that basement, so the soundboard had like cigarette marks all over it.
Yeah, when I first started in radio, you smoked in the studio, and I didn't obviously, but people smoked in the studios. It was awful.
Especially the DJs, they would sit there and they'd put another song on, smoke it, and crush it out, and they would get their voice right.
You think Pat Queen smoked?
Yeah.
Oh, Dunaway. So much going through Dunaway's dome right now.
He's like, what can I say? What can I say?
The system is overwhelmed.
He's got so many stories.
I still never saw a visual with Pat Queen.
Never?
No, I never had any idea what she looked like. I had something in my head.
You ever watch The Simpsons?
That's kind of what I had in my head.
Part of our show being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
Dun, dun, dun. Mestre. Adam Mestre.
Is that Enya?
Yeah. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Pretty soon, this stat will not matter because you get to, if you lose, your season is done. But UAB and Andy Kennedy has a pretty impressive number. They're now 7-0 this year following a loss. And under AK, they are 12-1 following a loss. That means they don't lose a lot of back-to-back games. They get to win last night at Texas San Antonio, 68-56. Trey Jemison with a double-double, 10-12 for him last night. And they go wrap up their last road game at UTEP this weekend. But that's a really good stat. But pretty soon in a one-and-done league, there is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
You can't lose and have a chance to bounce back.
Look, I think the goal is let's win this tournament. Let's get into the NCAA tournament. Maybe we'll win a game or two. Again, this the trajectory right now for this UAB program is really good. Played great defense last night. I know Andy after the game said, look, aesthetically it wasn't a great win, but I look up at the scoreboard. We win by 12. They were plus 18 in the paint. They forced 18 turnovers. So they did what they had to do to beat a bad team.
Yeah, and you do that on the road and make it look that easy, it always works out really good. So UAB with a win there. We'll talk to Bucky McMillan coming up. One other thing that is pretty amazing, we had this, I think it was Chris that sent this to us on Twitter. Talladega College women playing basketball yesterday. Now tell me if this sounds familiar, if this reminds you of a great NBA playoff game. Talladega College, the women are down 5 points with 7 seconds left, and the team they're playing, the University of Mobile, is shooting 2 free throws. So up 5 is Mobile, shooting 2 free throws.
With 7 seconds left?
Other end of the court with 7 seconds.
Win probability 99.9.
Yeah, you ain't going to lose that one.
ESPN.com is crazy. Yeah. Misses the first one.
Okay.
Misses the second one, which means it's a live ball rebound, not even an inbound.
Clock goes.
They pass, dribble, shoot 3, drain it with 2 seconds left. So now it is a tie game.
Clock stop, 2 seconds inbound.
Mobile girl.
Well, it's not a tie game.
No, it's
a two-point game.
They were down 3.
You said down 5.
Yeah.
You know, down. Excuse me. You're right. You're right.
Okay, down 3.
Right. Down 5. So
down 3.
Down. Excuse me. Let me start over.
Okay.
They were down 3. They scored 5 points in 7 seconds.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right, makes sense.
Down
Not
3,
as
scored 5
but.
points. Not as impressive.
Well, you had a situation where they were at the line, up 5.
Yeah, okay. What's the win probability? Down 3.
98.9.
Yeah.
Okay. Still crazy. Yeah. Okay, so start over. You're down 3. Here's the action, okay?
Oh, we got video.
Yeah.
All right.
Miss. They push it up to 4. Now, drain to 3.
That's
2
40
seconds
feet.
left. Here's the mistake.
Boom.
Inbound pass that is stolen for a lay-in at the buzzer.
Bird gets the steal off to DJ. He lays it in. That one. Is that
Hey,
the
you know
one
what stands out to me? Is Nuke still in business?
And Talladega walks it off. That's amazing video there. You get 5
Lazy
points
defense,
in 7
lazy
seconds.
inbound. I really didn't know Nuke's still in business.
Yeah.
No, I ate it one Sunday. There's one in Vestavia.
Okay.
Hey,
both of ours locally went out, right?
Can I go
Vestavia's local.
real quick right there? What Scott is showing us right now, to me, when I know it's a 3-point game, you're trying to avoid the foul, but not having anybody on the blocks to rebound,
Got to have somebody down there.
it's going to give them a clean
Just
rebound.
to congest it. Even if
That's
you
right.
foul, it's worst case.
Watch how clean they get this rebound, and now they get some clean pass, clean dribbles.
You've only got one defender. The guy, the girl that was shooting.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Mobile coach, but he coached that one poorly.
Great shot.
As
And then
Wimp
the
would say.
inbound. You rush that inbound.
Yeah. As Wimp would say, I'm not here to coach anybody's team.
Boy, that is tough.
I mean, at that point on the inbound, don't you just loft it down the court and
Well, if
just
it
tell
goes
one of your guys to touch
if
it?
it goes out of bounds untouched, though, you get the inbound underneath.
Yeah. But even if
which might even be a better than what just happened.
Yeah. That was a crazy end of the game there. And Nuke's still in business, LT. We learned a lot right there.
The Nuke's Q is pretty good, man.
Oh, I love Nukes. I thought their pimento cheese was really good.
That one's a Vestavia still. You can drive.
You know what would be a fun segment one day when we work through the summer is we play 10 clips, 10 30-second clips of video.
Right.
And
most random thing you can see
just
out of it?
one pass through, and let's see what Lance picks out of the most random thing.
You know what I'd also like to do? We do the Dead or Alive segment sometimes because I brought up Gene Stallings the other day. I really didn't know if he was dead or alive.
What happened last night that I was arguing with my wife she died like 10 years ago.
Well, you had the wrong actress last night. You had Loretta Swit dying. I think it was the actress.
Sally Kellerman?
Yeah, it was Sally Kellerman that played Hot Lips Houlihan and MASH the movie.
Yeah, the movie was 1971, Robert Altman.
Oh, so it wasn't Hot Lips, the TV show.
I thought all night Loretta Swift had died.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought so too. That's who.
You know what's weird about Loretta Swift?
No idea.
I think it's Swit, isn't it? Is it Swit or Swift?
Okay.
It's Swit.
WSIT.
Yeah.
Okay, so I never.
SWIT, jeez.
So did people think she was hot?
Hot
So
Lips
like
Houlihan?
as a kid, like when I would look at Daisy Duke, I thought she was attractive.
Right.
I thought
She
all the
was.
Charlie's Angels were attractive. I thought like Aaron Gray and Buck Rogers was attractive.
Yep, me
But
too.
when I saw
Aaron Gray.
when I saw Hot Lips, I never thought she was attractive.
Me too.
Well, Rockstar's going to try to find.
So she's still alive.
Yeah, I think Loretta Swit's still with us. I think Dunaway got Sally Kellerman.
Yeah, because Hawkeye or Pierce or one of those two was chasing her nonstop, right?
He was, yeah. Well, I think it probably got lonely in
It
Korea.
was Frank. Frank was chasing her all the
No,
time.
I think Frank had her.
Frank Burns?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one was the one that I think it was Pierce that was always trying to get her, right?
Yep. But I think he had other nurses.
Yeah, they always had a cast of tightly clothed nurses.
I thought the movie was a lot better than the show.
That show though was as big as it got.
It was big.
So she is alive.
Yeah, Loretta Swit's alive.
Sally Kellerman, who Rockstar, this is the reference you'll know. You probably have not seen MASH from 1971.
Have not.
Sally Kellerman was the love interest for Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think what else she was in, but
That's the only thing I know remember her from.
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I didn't realize that she passed away, but Dunaway sent Hot Lips Hula Hit.
Yeah, and I thought Loretta Swit had died, and then I started looking at it with Sally Kellerman.
So a different person is dead.
That is correct.
And
Loretta's still with us.
And that one is alive.
Yep, Loretta is with us. Good actress.
See her in MASH. She was a better Hot Lips.
Mm-hmm.
She is better. I mean, did you see the MASH photo? Rockstar, can you go back?
She's got a big mouth.
She's got the MASH shirt on. No, never mind.
Never mind.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that's a better Hot Lips.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'd have to agree.
I would too. Yep. She got a beret on, though? Was she on our side, or was she French?
I really don't remember much about it.
She looks super stoked on that red carpet event, whatever that is.
Are you as excited as I am?
People keep calling me Loretta Swit. Stupid news anchor. All right, back in a moment.
They were down by 30 with 4 seconds left.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters Browns. They want you old guns.
They do, Jim Dunaway. Listen, if you got, say, a hunting rifle for Christmas or a shotgun maybe, and you're not using the old one, don't let it just sit around and collect dust or get rusty, fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and let them give you a price. Let the Nichols team see what they can give you for your firearms, and maybe you can get a new one while you're there. They got a great selection. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Back with you on the next round. LTD and B, Rockstar Forrester and Lunsford all with you today. Big weekend of basketball coming up. If you're looking for that Auburn-Tennessee game, that is tomorrow, 3 o'clock on main ESPN. That's a battle of number 3 and number 16 up in Knoxville there. It's a big day of basketball. You also get Kentucky at Arkansas tomorrow, 1 o'clock on CBS. You get Kansas at Baylor tomorrow night, 7 o'clock ESPN. And you get Gonzaga and St. Mary's tomorrow night. Gonzaga on the road again, 9 o'clock. They beat San Francisco last night. And Gonzaga, we blast their schedule, but 2 quad 1 road opponents this week from Gonzaga. They handled the Dons pretty easily last night.
They scored 52 in the first half. We actually had the Dons. It was our one loss, 3-1 last night. But I had the Dons plus 10.5. And
it feels
tough
like
going against Gonzaga, man.
It feels they never lose in conference, but it feels like those are the games they play the best in when it's actually a good team in their conference.
Wakes them up a little bit.
Yeah, it does wake them up a little bit, I think.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's today.
Hey, if you're in the market to pop the question in 2022, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations for Bromberg's, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
What do you think about a high school NIL deal signed yesterday that could pay $5.1 million for this high schooler?
I think whoever is giving him 5.1 is idiotic.
A, I don't believe it. B, if true, it is idiotic. Give me the story, though, before I make a fool of myself.
Yeah, well, I think you both just did.
Yeah.
The high schooler is a soon-to-be senior.
Is it LeBron James' kid?
Ronnie James.
Okay.
So I saw that LeBron.
Did his dad give it to him?
PSD, the underwear, is the one that is signing the deal. He's got 6.1 million Instagram followers. So just with his social media posts, he will make, they expect, before he graduates, $5 million in his NIL deal with PSD.
It just worked because I've never heard of PSD underwear, and I just Googled it, and I can get a pair for $12.99 at Amazon.
They got to sell a shitload of those underwear to pay that back.
They are.
I would ask you guys this. So is Bronny that good? Because LeBron is saying, hey, look, man, I'm going to finish my career. I'm playing with Bronny. There's a lot of pressure on the kid to know that, hey, look, you got to be able to play with your old man, make it to the NBA.
This underwear is crazy.
Do you guys know anything about Bronny?
I do. 6'2" shooting guard. Here's him holding up the underwear.
Was it loud?
Yeah. Look at this pair.
That's what Dunaway wants the T-shirt design to look like, right?
Yeah. Hey, it's those can go right out of my drawers.
Oh my God.
The pair I got is crazy.
No, wait, they're crazier than those?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that looks like.
I don't know, Jim.
Yeah, not gonna get into what that looks like.
But hey, yeah, people will wear them, I guess. I saw that the old man said his last season in the NBA, he will be playing with his son, which that's what he said, right?
Yeah,
Am I wrong about
he's
that?
37.
Yeah,
and it's going to be. I guess he could be a one and doneer. I
don't know how good Bronny is.
He's being recruited by some of the best programs in the country. You always wonder.
Okay, is he as good as J.D. Davison?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering because, again, how long can LeBron James hang on and play in the NBA? And that's just a lot of pressure to put on the kid to say, hey, I don't want to go out and play with my kid.
Well, LeBron can't make it 5 more years if he played his full 4 years of college. So he's got to be an early entry into the NBA.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just wondering, is he good enough, or is he going to be a G League kid?
Or is it a draft? I mean, you wouldn't draft the kid as a favor to LeBron just so he could play his last year with him, would you?
LeBron in his prime, yeah.
Yeah, but
LeBron
not the final year of LeBron's career,
Well,
LeBron.
You don't have to draft him. You could just, if he goes undrafted, you could just sign him as a free agent.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron did say final season with him, making it sound as if he would be on a full-time NBA roster, which I thought was an inordinate amount of pressure on his son.
We saw the Griffeys do that a little bit in Seattle with Ken Griffey Jr.
But Ken was better than the old man. I mean, that's the difference. Ken Jr. was better than Ken Sr. as a player.
He
Are
was.
you disagreeing with that?
No, he was.
Oh,
he
okay.
was.
I was
But
about to say.
But it's not like Ken Griffey wasn't a all-star.
Oh, he was a fantastic player, but
big part
Jr.
of
was the better of the two.
Just like Barry Bonds was good, but Barry Bonds' kid was a lot better.
Yeah.
Bobby Bonds.
Bobby Bonds was
was
good,
good.
but Barry was
Bonds
the
was
better
better.
player, yeah.
But Barry Bonds, I think a Hall of Fame. I mean, Bobby Bonds, I think a Hall of Famer.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen an awful lot. And rare, I mean, it's very rare that a guy is that good an NBA player as LeBron and the son is anywhere close. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, so-and-so's kid. But I mean, the Mannings, I guess, pulled it off a little bit.
Point of the story is there's a big deal, and I wonder how much Arch Manning's going to get for his senior year. He's got to be getting something.
I don't know that he's doing a high school deal. You know, his family's handled this a little bit differently than a lot of families. They've been kind of low-key, you know, we're just going to go on about our business and not make a big hullabaloo
Which
about
is
this.
good, but if you're Arch, you got to be able to take advantage of this.
Yeah.
You know, and I look at somebody like Bronny, he's making $5 million. Well, I should be able to make 7 figures too.
Yeah, or at least get some gas money for posting things on Instagram.
Now, I know you were asking the other day that Vegas has actually posted odds on where Arch will end up signing.
That's right.
And, you know, you brought up Texas. Is Texas the favorite now?
No, Georgia's the favorite at plus 200. Texas is 250. Alabama's plus 350. There's one other school that's plus 500, and then it goes to plus 2,000 for LSU.
You just wonder what kind of NIL deal he could get at Texas.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sure he'd be great anywhere, but...
Yeah, anywhere. He's going to be $1 million quarterback, $1 million signee, and would not be surprised what he gets when it's time to go into his senior year coming up this upcoming year. He can get a deal if he wants a deal, just because of people that will follow him, just with the social media presence. We always remind you that part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. If you're looking for that great next drink by the pool or at the lake, the beach, or wherever you're spending your spring and summer, Bud Light Next is now available wherever you buy beer. After 10 years of research, a breakthrough beer brewed with only 80 calories and 0 carbs. You heard me, 80 calories, 0 carbs. Bud Light Next. It is out wherever you buy beer right now. We talked to Tampa Bay Bandit quarterback Jordan Tiamu next on the next round.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Headlines this hour brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. UAB bounces back with a 68-56 win over UTSA last night. Trey Jemison with 10 points, 12 rebounds. Auburn with a 1-game lead over Kentucky. Tough game at Tennessee tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Kentucky with a tough one on the road at Arkansas as well. Things could fall where Auburn locks up that SEC championship over the weekend. Alabama Senior Day tomorrow, 5 o'clock, as they get South Carolina. Dave Doran has a contract extension at NC State. We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later on. Alabama softball, number 2 in the country, dominates on the road at number 20 Louisiana yesterday, 9-1. As they get the win against another ranked team on the road. That update brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City. If you haven't had your roof inspected in a while, now's the time to get a free, no-cost inspection. Just call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. No cost inspection, no obligation. If you haven't had that roof inspected in the last few months, it's time to get it inspected. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. All the warranties. Insurance companies love this guy. You can also look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Jordan Ta'amu, you remember from his time in the Southeastern Conference. He is the new quarterback of the Tampa Bay Bandits of the new USFL and is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hello, Jordan. How are you?
Hello, doing good. How are you guys?
Doing great, man. Hey, congrats on being drafted. I don't, this is not a standard draft. Obviously, it's a brand new league. When you found out that you were being considered for the USFL, I mean, what was your reaction? Were you surprised by this?
I mean, I was honestly a little shocked. You know, funny story. I was like on my way home to Hawaii, and I'm in LA, flying from Nashville, Tennessee. That's where I'm living right now. I was on my way home. I landed in LA, and I got the call from the USFL people, and they're like, "Hey, we got some good news. We want to fly you out here for the draft." And I was like, "Wow, when is the draft again?" And they're like, "It's on Tuesday," and it was that Friday. And I was like, I literally just landed in Hawaii. When can you guys fly me out the latest time possible coming out of Hawaii? And they're like, "We can fly you out Monday night. You can get there Tuesday morning, and the draft is Tuesday night, and we'll pay for everything." And I was like, "Sure, let's do this. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to get drafted." And yeah, it was just such an amazing feeling just to get there and be drafted second overall.
Yeah, so once you get that call and you start to process this and you talk to your agent, do you realize that you're going to be, the first, second, third? Did you realize you were going to go that early and be the number 2 guy?
Yeah, I heard a lot of rumors and stuff, and kind of like, check Twitter and talk to my agent and just coaches on the teams as well. And I really thought I was going to be the first one off the board. I'm not going to lie. But I just wanted, I just kind of stayed humble, and I was like, whatever team I'm going to go on or whatever pick I'm going to be, that's who's going to be my team, and I'm going to go all in with them. So I'm glad it's the Tampa Bay Bandits. I'm glad it's Coach Haley. So I'm excited.
I'm interested in what doors your time with the St. Louis Battlehawks opened for you, and if you think there's a chance to recreate that magic again here in the USFL, and maybe to get another opportunity with more NFL teams.
Yeah, I mean, the XFL was such a blessing. I mean, I was, cut from the Texans, and I didn't know what else to do. And that XFL just kind of came out of nowhere, just like the USFL came out of nowhere. And I'm kind of sitting in the same spot, just bouncing around different teams. And I feel like for me as a young quarterback, I need more experience. I need more game film. And the XFL helped me out with that. They helped me out with experience, getting competition, and now this USFL league. I mean, I was sitting on nothing right now. I was really hoping and waiting for another NFL team to sign me to their futures. That didn't happen. The USFL popped up. I'm like, this is another great opportunity for me. And if you know me, if you know my story, my whole story, if I had a title to, an essay or a book I would write, it would be opportunity. And every opportunity that puts right in front of me, I'm going to go out and chase it. And just like this USFL league, I'm going to just go out and take it and see what I can make out of it. And, the goal is to make it to an NFL team and stick. So, it is.
Sometimes it seems like time flies by, and it does seem like a while since we saw you play for Ole Miss. But if your Wikipedia page is right, you're only 24 years old. Is that right?
Yes, 24. Still young. Came out of college or high school at 17, and then played 4 years. Right from then, graduated 21 years old, and kind of just been overlooked, saying I was too young, saying I didn't have much experience. So, I love being the underdog in this world.
USFL Tampa Bay Bandits quarterback Jordan Ta'amu, our guest, currently on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. By the way, if you'd like to follow him on Twitter, JTa'amu10 is where you find him there on Twitter. I know our listeners and our viewers, and I know, Jordan, they love that attitude that you've got. This is maybe a difficult question to answer, but you said if you know my story, the title of the book would be Opportunity. Why is that?
Because I feel like whenever, I always been like the underdog. I only had one offer out of high school, and that was going to junior college. And I always said, all right, this is my opportunity to prove myself that I belong at a Division I school. Went to that junior college, started there, and became one of the top 2 quarterbacks coming out of junior college. Then I got to Ole Miss, was named the second string automatically, and Shea Patterson, he actually gets hurt, and I jump in, and there's another opportunity for me to showcase myself and prove that I belong in the SEC. And started my senior year there, and then the XFL came, and that was another opportunity for me to showcase what I got and that I belong in the NFL. Did that, and got a chance with the practice squad in Kansas City, with Detroit, with Washington and Carolina Panthers. And then now this new league is coming out, and it's another opportunity for me to, showcase my talent again. So, I mean, my testimony, my journey has been a long one, but I feel like it's going to, inspire young adults or young people like me to, chase after their dreams.
Yeah, and I know ultimately the goal is to get back to the NFL. Let's go back to those practice squad stints with the Chiefs and the Lions. Yeah. You played behind Pat Mahomes. You played behind Matt Stafford, guys that have won Super Bowls. What was that like?
Yeah, that was such an amazing thing for me, just to learn behind that, coming in as a young guy and seeing how they prepare every day, how they go in the office, how they, attack every morning. I mean, they have a set schedule to their day, and even what they wear on the field, it's like everything that they wear is kind of the same thing. Some people have that and carry by that, and just watching them and seeing how he watches film, how he goes in meetings, how he practices. And I've always thought that, practice makes perfect, but it's actually a perfect practice makes perfect. And the way they practiced was exactly how they performed on the field. So kind of just sitting back, picking their brains and watching how they perform really helped me out a lot, helped me grow. And I can't wait to put that into this year's season.
Well, I think it's time to tell you a little good news and a little bad news. Halfway through the draft, after day one, I think the world of you after watching you play with St. Louis. I made a bet with my partner here that you guys would win the USFL championship, and I went strictly off you being the quarterback. That's the good news. I believe Tampa Bay is going to win it all. Brown, you want to tell him what the bad news is?
He's not very good at this. It's bad news. It's a lot on you here, Jordan.
Bad news last.
Yeah, bad news last.
We call it Jimmy Landmine.
Yeah, we softened it as much as we could for
Jimmy
you.
Landmine.
Jimmy Landmine.
Yeah. But I do win sometimes, and usually it's the most extraordinary ones. To pick the champion of the league halfway through the draft, I think would be an extraordinary prediction. And I'm looking at what you guys did after your pick, and you got some ballers on this team. I'm really impressed with what Tampa Bay has put together here.
No, I'm excited. I mean, Coach Haley and our president and, the GM, I liked everything that they were doing, trying to find size, speed, and, get the ball in my hands and put it with good receivers out there. So I'm excited. The guys who got drafted actually reached out to me via DM and kind of said how they're excited, ready to roll. Once I get the offense, I'm going to share it with them. And if we can meet up and throw, that'll be awesome. But we're just shortly under a month away. So we're all kind of excited to start this. I also got Bruno. So he's kind of my XFL center.
Yeah.
/ guard. So, I mean, I have good connection with him under center, and he's a great guy. So I'm excited to, start it up with all these new guys too.
A few more seconds with Jordan Talmu, the new quarterback there for the Tampa Bay Bandits with the USFL. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And you may not know all the details. I know this is all new to everyone, but will you be living in a hotel here in Birmingham for the duration of the 10-week league?
Yes, that is the plan, just to live in that hotel. I think it is 3 to 4 months. So it's kind of like the XFL. XFL, we all kind of stayed in the hotel together.
Yeah.
And I think that's how we created such a bond with each other. Was we saw each other every day. We hung out. We ate dinner, breakfast, lunch. I mean, that's how we kind of build, chemistry. So, hotel's not bad living. I've been in and out of hotels my whole career.
Well, if you get bored, come by our studio, hang out with us, and
I'm definitely down.
Yeah. Come on, we'll throw you a T-shirt or a hat or something. Hey, we won't give you a Jimmy Landmine T-shirt. No, we won't do that.
Yeah, no Jimmy Landmines here.
Jordan, we established you're young at 24. This will date us a little bit, but we all went and saw the Stallions back in Legion Field back in the early to mid 80s when USFL was in operation back then. How much did you know, if anything, about that league? And have you seen, if you don't know, this might be good homework for you if you wanted to do it, but there was a documentary on ESPN, the 30 for 30, Who Killed the USFL, which was really well done on the former league.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea about the USFL, and everyone that I talked to, they're like, I can't believe they're bringing it back. We were so excited about it back then. I don't know if you were born yet, but yes, it was probably the best thing. And I was like, that's probably some good homework for me to look at. But yeah, the only thing I've heard of was just about it, like how well it was and how well it blew up back then. So just trying to see if we can do that again.
Okay, you played at 2 college locations, New Mexico Military Institute and Ole Miss. Better looking co-eds at MI or Ole Miss?
Definitely Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Hands down on that one, I'm going to guess.
Hands down.
Yeah, I bet that was quite the hunt to find even one good-looking co-ed in New Mexico.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
I don't think I was good looking to look at. I was bald at Mexico.
Grew his hair back at Ole Miss. New ball game then.
Get back on one of those NFL rosters. It won't matter.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Jordy, man, it's been a thrill talking with you. We wish you all the best of luck. Can't wait to have you here in our city, and hope to catch up again soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having me. You guys have a blessed one.
All right, you too, man. Take care. That is Jordan Jamu, the new quarterback of the Tampa Bay Bandits in the USFL on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That'd be a tough guy to pull against there.
That's my quarterback.
I mean,
my quarterback.
What a great attitude, though. Man, I love his attitude.
Yeah, no Jimmy Lamb.
Again, when I first saw him play for Hugh Freeze, I mean, he's got the skill set to play at the next level. You know, he's really athletic. He's big. He's got a big arm.
I thought in the short run of that XFL, I thought he was the best quarterback in the league.
He was St. Louis, you mentioned.
I can't even remember.
I can remember watching him. I don't know if that's because that was one of the few names you recognized. I mean, I'm saying that I probably agreed with you.
And it seemed like, and you saw it by the Chiefs getting him right after that, and I thought the plan was for a while for him to back up Mahomes, and it ended up not working out that way. But he had 2 stints with them, 2 with Detroit, once with the Washington football team, once with Carolina. So he's bounced around a lot to be only 24 years old.
Yeah, again, really young. And if he comes out and blows up in this league and doesn't even, I mean, for you, thinking they're going to win a championship. If he was to win a championship, win an MVP, he's back in the league next year.
Yeah, and he was just on a practice squad in December when they finally shut down the practice squads. He was with Carolina. So he hasn't been out of the NFL mix.
Kevin is right about this. He says, I don't like to generalize. I don't think he's generalizing. But Hawaiian kids always seem so humble and polite. They are cut differently than a lot of kids. I mean, like almost every one of these Hawaiian quarterbacks we've seen are just cool.
Well, I only know 3 that I've seen interviewed or have interviewed, and that is Jamu, Mackenzie Milton, and Tua Tagovailoa. And they all 3 do seem to have the same personality, the same humbleness and politeness.
Did you ever watch Chad Owens play at Hawaii?
I did not see Chad Owens at Hawaii.
He was a really good receiver, and he was one of the cockiest receivers you've ever seen. So
I was going
probably
quarterbacks.
A little different.
I'm talking about QB1.
Yeah, but Timmy Chang, I don't. They just they seem to.
What's his name? Colt Brennan.
Colt Brennan, but they
Colt Brennan,
but he was cocky, but they all seem kind of.
But was Colt from Hawaii, or did he quarterback at Hawaii?
I don't think he was from Hawaii.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
He was probably a Texan.
And I'm not going to necessarily – I'm just saying they all seem to have the same trait of just cool in the pocket, hard to rattle.
Cali kid.
Yeah.
Laguna Beach.
Yeah, they just seem – Colt Brennan was?
Yeah, by the way, no longer with us.
Yeah. That's
I saw that today.
Player.
CTE he suffered severely from it, yeah. All right, that's our interview with Jordan Tiamu right there. Part of the conversation. Appreciate you guys talking about the interview and how much you like that in the Farmfolio chat room. The show is brought to you by the great folks at Farmfolio Brown, where you get an opportunity right now for an investment of a different kind, maybe that you feel really comfortable with right now in this world.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can show you how your investment can turn into cash flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net. I got good news for Lance. We got SEC Media Days. Which one do you want? We got SEC Media Days announcement.
Well, we got time. Which one is my choice?
Good news.
Is it something good news for Lance or SEC Media Days?
Let's go good news for Lance.
Okay, let's go good news for. We can do both in this segment. Good news for Lance first.
According to Michael McCarthy, who covers the media game for.
Can I answer this?
Yeah, I can answer it too.
Sean McVay is going to return to coaching.
No, he doesn't say that. He says Sean Payton is deep in negotiations with Fox Sports to replace Troy Aikman, which is the spot a lot of people thought McVay would be. Yeah. So That's one less you would have to worry about if you were worried about that all, which I don't think you were.
It makes a lot more sense. I mean, Peyton's out of the game.
I would say the one you would worry most about is Amazon, who is expected to pay more money than Troy Aikman is going to get. And by the way, did you see the Troy Aikman number yesterday?
It's pretty impressive.
$17.5 million a year with ESPN.
So let me ask you this: if there's no way that they would offer that to Sean McVay, but if they offered Sean McVay $12 million a year, if you're Stan Kroenke, you're already paying him $10.5. You're going to give him a raise to begin with. You pay him $15 million.
I don't think it comes down to money for Sean McVay. It's whether he wants to make a lot of money to keep coaching or a lot of money to go do something else that's not coaching.
Yeah, that's a lot less of a workload. Now, some of these guys, as we talk about, these coaches are driven differently. There are a lot of them are driven by the workload.
Yeah. So, and I'm like you. I think he's too young and likes it too much, and the team is too good to shut it down right now. So, but I just thought it was crazy. $17.5 million for Troy Aikman per year, and I think he got paid really well. I think he was the highest paid player in the NFL back in his playing days. At one time, he made $16 million a year one time, and that was the early 90s. That was a ton of money.
Making more than Joe Buck now?
Oh, not even close. More than Jim Nance.
Yeah.
More than Tony Romo.
That was the thing. The Romo was making more than Nance, and Nance is at the top of his game.
Yeah, and there is still talk that Buck's going into his final year of his deal at Fox, that Troy may be able to pull him to ESPN.
Simple math. He's making $1 million a game.
That ain't bad, is it?
That's right. With some left over.
He's good. I mean, I think still
with $500,000.
Yeah, he'll have. I mean, there's 18 weeks actually, so he'll be on 18 calls. He'll be on playoff games, but still,
I think he's the best at what he does. I just don't know. Is that worth $1 million a game to ESPN? I guess it is. They know the business more than me.
It is, and you assume that he didn't sign one of those typical ESPN contracts that has him doing 300 dates where he's having to get on Get Up and all of that stuff.
I would almost say I'll let you cut a finger off if you ever look down on that screen and see him sitting on the set with Greenberg. Now, is he from his house? Maybe, but sitting actually on the set with Greenberg.
Yeah, you've seen the crew that's on there.
The only thing that stops me from saying that is they'll do a Monday night game in New York, and they might convince Troy, hey, would you get up early and ride in?
I think your point is Troy will be on that show when he wants to be on that show.
That's right. When Troy says, I guess I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's raining here. I can't go play golf.
You guys are paying me nice. I'll love to swing by and say hi to everybody.
Yeah, I saw Greeny the other day. He asked me if I'd do it.
Would love to do it. You know who's been nice to me? Nobody's been nicer to me in their career than Stephen A. Smith. I'll go by and say hi to Stephen A. and I'll do all the shows. I'll do the car wash. Okay, now SEC Media Day news brought to you by Brownie.
So the dates are announced already. July 18 through 20. Yes, July 18 through 21. It is going to be in Atlanta. They had already announced that, the Omni Hotel there, the CNN Center. And here is the daily lineup. Monday,
we got daily lineup.
We got the coaches. Monday, July 18. In addition to Greg Sankey, who always does kind of his state of the conference. LSU coach Brian Kelly in his first one.
Okay.
Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin, and Missouri coach Eli Drinkwitz. Eli's going to be a little overshadowed on that day.
He really is, but no Kirby and no Nick that day.
Tuesday, July 19. This is an interesting day. Alabama coach Nick Saban. Mississippi State coach Mike Leach, South Carolina coach Shane Beamer, and then Vandy coach Clark Lee. Again, Clark Lee forgotten that day. Nobody will know he's there.
That may just be a Nick day. It's a Brian Kelly, Lane Kiffin Monday and a Nick Tuesday.
Well, Leach always gives you something, and we've seen Shane Beamer can.
I would rather have Leach on the show than Saban.
Wednesday, July 20, Arkansas coach Sam Pittman, Florida coach Billy Napier makes his debut, Georgia coach Kirby Smart, and Kentucky coach Mark Stoops. And then your final day, your standard Auburn appearance, Thursday, July 21, Auburn coach Brian Harsin. Probably waited on the announcement of these dates to make sure Brian's still there. Tennessee coach Josh Heupel and Texas A&M coach Jimbo Fisher.
Wow.
That's your lineup for SEC Media Days, July 18 through 21 in Atlanta.
So should not assume anything, but I will assume in 4 months, COVID restrictions continue to go down and we'll actually be able to talk to these guys again.
I would hope.
I mean, we
had a few
this
last year. Yeah, we had a few this past summer.
Did we have a coach on?
Yeah, Harsin was with
Brian
us.
Harsin's
Harsin came in.
Yeah.
Saban said, I'll wait for you guys to actually be on the show. He joined us the first week of our actual show.
Yeah,
but I think Harsin was the only coach.
I think he was.
Yeah, but Nick gave us a choice. He was like, do you want me to walk out and do it with you there before you start the platform or come on when you start?
No, I get it, but there was a time when, you would get 10 of 14 coaches.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if we get back to that.
Yeah,
I don't know. It started to trend away from that before COVID. A lot of coaches didn't walk Radio Road like they used to.
Yeah, but I would think some of these younger coaches,
You would hope.
yeah, that they would really want to market their team.
Oh, the younger coaches won't walk Radio Road. They'll walk Digital Platform Road.
Yeah.
It's us! Hello.
All right. Quick time out here. Rockstar's viewing menu coming up. We'll talk to Chip Brown at the top of the hour. What is Chip talking about? Why do we have him on today? He's got inside information about Texas's plans on leaving for the SEC, how it's all going to time out. Chip's got the latest on that. That is 48 minutes away. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap. Tell us about Gutter Cap.
Dunaway. Gutter Cap 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. Call our good friend Chris Stewart today. It's a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, you need to call Chris Stewart today. And right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round of viewers and listeners. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Put the ladder away forever. 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. If you're like me, you love being outside in the summertime, and summer seems like a long way away, but it really isn't. That's why my friends at Wayne's is ready to get your lawn in shape so you enjoy a barefoot good summer lawn. Right now, you get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Use TNR and get the first month free. Serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit callwaynes.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. One thing you know about me is I love my good food. My wife and I, for the first time recently, went to Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. After starting with a baked pimento cheese dip, my wife moved on to the penne chicken with the cream mashed potatoes, wilted spinach, and lemon caper pan sauce. I ordered the pork chop special over the pureed sweet potatoes. Our meal was fabulous. We had a wonderful time. If you're looking for a great meal or a great date night like we had, Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. LT was not with us the final hour of the show yesterday.
What did I miss?
I got a good bet.
Yeah, a good bet. And we've got the graphic. So after you tell us about Redmont, we're going to pull the graphic back up, and you tell me which square you would take.
Without me?
We didn't do a bet, but it was a prop bet you can make out in Vegas right now. It involves 4 squares, A, B, C, or D. You'll see the graphic after you tell us about Redmont.
All right, it's locally owned and operated. The weekend is here. If you're celebrating, we always say celebrate responsibly here on the next round. But pick up a bottle of Redmont vodka. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. It's gluten-free. You're going to absolutely love it. Pick up a bottle today at your local package or ABC stores. It is Redmont vodka.
Okay, before you put the graphic up, a couple of comments from the Farmfolio chat room that everybody noticed there. Kurt on Twitter at Next Round Live. Blake over in the Farmfolio chat room. You notice they put Lane and Jimbo as far apart. They can't even pass each other in the airport. Lane is on Monday. Jimbo is on Thursday. They can't even pass each other in Atlanta. Those two that will
stop being so friendly. Come on, if Sankey's listening right now, put those guys together.
Yeah, but keep in mind, they did, in theory, meet face-to-face down here at Birmingham.
Right. And I think I read where Greg Sankey was told that he talked to him individually before they went into the meeting. They didn't want that to be the first time that they
right. It was overshadowed by the fact that everybody was camping out waiting on Brian Harsin to show or not show.
I had actually kind of forgotten about it.
Yeah, but the brouhaha or the fact that they met in Birmingham?
Oh, it'll come back. They play each other every year. It'll be fun. Before Rockshark gives us the viewing menu, Forrest, if you can give us the graphic from yesterday. And this is from South Point. You either pick Group A for plus 180, Group B for plus 220, or Group C for plus 220, or the field for the number you see there. Your national champion has to be in that group. Doesn't have to. It's not combined end of the total. It's just have to be your national champion has to be in your group.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about A.
You would take A.
I would take A right now for a stake. I'll give you the rest.
Oh, this is how you wanted this to go.
But if you look at 220 or plus 375, whatever that means out there, I think it's up to 375 for Group C. Group C has a couple of interesting teams in it, in Kansas and Auburn, that could win it all.
Sure.
But obviously Gonzaga and Kentucky swings it for you on Group A, right?
Yeah, and look, I mean, Purdue's got to get to a Final Four before they win a national championship. I think when Kentucky is whole, I think this team is going to be hungry and really good.
I mean, Dunaway, I'll just recap. He's giving you the entire field except for Gonzaga, Purdue, Kentucky, UCLA, Illinois, and Texas Tech.
Yeah, and Texas Tech, Illinois.
I mean, those are throwaways.
I mean, Illinois lost a home game last night.
Really, Lance is giving you the entire field except for Gonzaga and Kentucky.
Juzang's been banged up again last night.
Oh, it could be a serious injury. They got beat on the road at Oregon. The only two concern for me on Group A is Gonzaga and Kentucky. And
I think Purdue could still be a concern.
But Group B is the one that is really, really weak for me.
Shaky.
Except for Duke.
You surprised they had LSU in this, Lance?
Yeah.
Over Tennessee, over Arkansas?
Yeah, but what's the date? I can't see it. But
it was 128. So, I bet if you go back to the last week of January, LSU was probably a top 15 team.
Yeah, so that's when they started making this. That's before they lost 4 of 12 or something, or they've only won 4 in the last 12.
So you've got your top 18 teams probably back on the 28th.
Is there anybody in the field that would interest you? Like Tennessee's in the field.
Arkansas's in the field.
Arkansas's in the field. Could you see them running the table, winning 6?
Mm-mm. Again, I can see any of those teams making the Final Four.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah. So which group will have the team to win the 2020 NCAA men's basketball tournament?
Yeah, the only teams that scare me, if Auburn gets on a roll, Villanova could still be scary with the backcourt. Kansas, so I got 3 there. Baylor's still really good when they're whole.
I like Group C as a whole. Like if you like top to bottom, I thought that was a stronger group than everywhere else.
Yeah. But again, I'll take A and give you the rest if you want it.
Yep. Lance likes that bet. That's twice.
Gonzaga, Purdue, Kentucky, UCLA, Illinois, Texas Tech to win a national championship.
You're getting the field except for Kentucky.
But
Gonzaga.
here's
Let's
why I
call it
don't
like
want
it
to do
is.
this is we've already got a stake on Gonzaga winning a national championship. I mean, if Gonzaga wins it, I think I'll check after Rockstar gives us his viewing menu. I'll check while he's doing that to tell you what we already have on Gonzaga winning a national championship. It's all brought to you, Rockstar's viewing menu, by our friends at New Life Art. While you're online today watching us, before you log off, log on to nextroundlive.com and check out our T-shirt competition we have going on.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or go online, danielmooreart.com. There it is. Submit your shirt design and win. We want to see the creativity of the next round viewer and listener. Cannot wait to see some of these designs for our next shirt.
You know, that's true that I get a lot of people say it's really good. I think it originated on the History Channel. Then Netflix bought it. They have a new spinoff. Netflix premieres tonight, Vikings Valhalla. The adventures of famous Vikings as they blaze new paths in an ever-changing Europe. You can say that again.
As a kid, I was obsessed with some of these Vikings, and there were some movies and stuff on Vikings. And for whatever reason, was it A&E that did the show, Vikings?
I think it's History.
Or History Channel. Yeah. I never saw the show Vikings. I haven't seen one episode.
And people love it. Like it's so much that Netflix bought it. Now they're doing I don't know if this is a prequel or what, but it's Vikings Valhalla.
Do you think it's weird?
Have you guys seen it, by the way?
I have not. But
I wonder if it's worth it.
In the era where we are over-examining every single mascot nickname in sports, that we still use the Vikings nickname in this era?
For everything they did?
Well, they weren't nice people.
Right.
Let's just leave it at that, right?
I mean, their motto was rape and pillage.
Pretty much, yeah. That was it. They had it right there on the side of the shop. It's just interesting that one is that one
really was.
Here comes the Rapé and Pelage.
No, I do find it interesting.
Yeah,
the people are like, the Atlanta Braves cannot be the Braves anymore. But you know what? The Eastern Kentucky can be the Norse.
Yeah. Or the Minnesota could be the Vikings. I mean, it is kind of weird when you start thinking about it, honestly.
But I might check out that show. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people say it's good.
I've always wanted to check it out. I just never have.
Riley says right here in the Farm Folio that you would love all caps Vikings.
Okay.
All right. I'll try it.
When I give you the name Travis Kalanick, what do you think of?
Never heard of him.
Man versus Food.
I bet he had a Ponzi scheme.
Sunday, this premieres on Showtime, called Super Pumped: The Battle for Uber, starring Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Uma Thurman, based on the shocking true story of Uber founder Travis Kalanick with a lift from venture capitalist Bill Gurley and board member Arianna Huffington. Kalanick tells a win-at-all-cost approach to forget the fledgling startup into a multi-billion-dollar tech titan.
Interesting.
I think it's a series.
I think I could have come close to coming up with the Uber thing. I remember me and a buddy sitting downstairs at my old Club LT years ago, and I was like, Highway 280 does not have enough taxis. They don't. We got to come up with something. Well, we just never could get over that edge.
A zip line.
So you had A, idea, B, massive, or C, massive profit. You just need a B, right?
Yeah, well, I couldn't figure out what it was, but I knew there was something that needed to be created.
We also see
and now
Lance,
it's worldwide.
Lance on Shark Tank, well, do you have the technology? No, but I mean, we just got to do it. You guys are smart. Y'all come on, Cuban.
Just work with me, man.
I don't know if any of you are invested in Uber. If you have stock, can you trade Uber?
Yeah.
No, it's a publicly traded company.
I'm told this is not going to make anyone feel good about Uber.
Would you want to write down the Uber stock price right now and see?
I would write down the Lyft stock price and see if that goes up.
Yeah.
That this is not supposed to come off looking good at all.
Uber, I can only imagine. I mean, Uber's got some serious demons themselves. You know, I mean, you've got some drivers that have got some serious baggage.
It's currently trading at $34.92 a share. It looks like the all-time high was $54 a share. Yeah, $54.77 a share.
I mean, we could do a segment on trash just on Uber situations that have been awful over the last 5 years.
Do you have anything else, Rockstar?
Oh, that's it.
Can you check for me when there's a show called Food of the 80s? It's from the guy who used to do Man versus Food, I think. They used to eat stuff and be in pain. I saw it being.
Adam Richmond was the original guy, and he was really good.
And I think it's sort of
the new guy is not good.
Sort of a pudgy guy. I think it is Adam who's doing this show. He is bringing back foods from the 80s, and he is doing a show on it, a series. I don't know where it's going to be, but it is coming soon. He was being interviewed on TMZ yesterday.
Yeah, there he is.
There it is. And
he's really good.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because he's actually gone back to some of these places and had them recreate foods that they don't do from the 80s. Like, did you know, I don't remember this, but Domino's had a breakfast pizza for a while in the 80s. And
I don't remember that.
Short-lived in a few markets. It was actually funded or a partnership with USA Today, and you got a breakfast pizza and a USA Today and a cup of coffee together. It was a package deal, and it was, it had your eggs, cheese, sausage, bacon all on a pizza. And they just couldn't, he explained it all, but a variety of different things. I didn't know we've changed the recipes of so many things from the 80s that we don't do anymore.
Well, just imagine how sugary cereal was in the 80s. Ain't sugar is that much sugar. Like Apple Jacks back in the day, my God.
Well, one thing we get hung up on when we start talking about old foods, and Lance and I agree on this, I don't know where you guys stand, but Wendy's used to have the foil-wrapped burgers.
Right.
So much better.
Yeah.
For taste, smell.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It seemed like it would steam it in there, and the cheese
I can
was
smell
melting.
it, right? I can smell the old Valley Avenue, the original Wendy's in Birmingham.
Yep, that foil-wrapped burger.
Oh, so good.
One of the things he talked about, and this just shows you how you got to be in the right place at the right time. They had like a craft show or something that happened at a local mall in Pennsylvania. And what is the famous pretzel, Aunt whatever?
Aunt Annie's?
Aunt Annie's. She wanted a booth inside the mall for this thing that they were doing, and he refused to do it. So he gave her a booth outside, thinking that eventually she'd get the hint and would stop bugging him for a booth for the pretzel place. And because of the smell of the pretzels, it became so intoxicating that that was where everybody flocked to and bought her pretzels, and it did just the opposite of what the mall owner was trying to do.
It took people outside.
Like he ended up, Andy Ann's, he ended up buying a franchise.
Wow.
Because it became such a success.
There are three smells that I really remember from the 80s when it comes to food. Wendy's and that foil wrapper is one.
Yep.
The Domino's pizza, we wore it out in the mid-'80s. I mean, that was like a treat. It was like, with the tip and everything, it was like $10 to get this large pizza, and that pepperoni pizza. And then Cindy's cinnamon rolls at the Galleria, and you can still get it. I had no idea. I went to the Galleria and walked around the corner, and that smell hits you again.
You know what they got that's really good? They got little cinnamon roll bites that you dip in the frosting. Whew. Let me tell you this, though. When I was a kid, going to the Galleria around Christmas, like there was a certain point in the mall where you would leave the Cindy cinnamon roll smell and enter the Barney's coffee smell. You remember Barney's coffee? Pre-Starbucks?
Yeah. And you could stand there and depending on the flow of traffic, get a little bit of each.
Yeah. I mean, like there was a certain spot in the mall where you would quit.
Bath and Body Works and have a headache. Just going, oh, my God.
You would quit smelling Cindy's. You would start smelling Barney's. Yeah. That was magical.
My favorite store was next door to Cindy's, though, back in the day. I think it was called Sports Fantasy. And it had all the gear before you could buy gear really online. East Bay was the only place that you could actually get gear online.
Yeah.
Yep. Good times back there. But that show interests me.
It premieres Sunday, February 27th at 9 o'clock on History Channel.
Well, he gave up. I saw an interview with him years ago, and he gave up Man vs. Food because he really thought he was killing himself.
Who's the new guy, Rockstar? Can you find the new guy? Because I think I tried to get him on the show once. I didn't know you guys disliked him so much.
I mean, the problem is, like, it's almost the most interesting man in the world. When you have the Dos Equis guy that was perfect,
that guy,
you
Casey
went to
Webb.
the new guy.
Yeah.
The Casey Webb guy's he tries to be Adam Richmond, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah. But I think I tried to get him on the show
I bet we can make a run at Adam with this new show.
Adam Richmond?
I'd like to. He's
okay.
Really, really good.
I think we can make a run at him. He was on TMZ yesterday where I saw the interview, and he was pumping this up. And
I think Dunaway could be the next guy after Casey Webb. Man versus Food.
Yeah, I would try too hard to be Casey Webb, who was trying too hard to be Adam Richmond.
You got to be super over the top, though, to host those shows. Yeah. I mean, super
Look
over
at
the
this
top.
burger.
I know.
How am I going to get my mouth around this?
Eat it down away.
Yeah.
Eat it down
They
away.
are so over the top.
The worst is really the crowd that's like cheering him on.
I
Like, I'm going to waste my Saturday.
If I do this, I get a Polaroid picture of myself in an extra small T-shirt.
Watching some fat guy try to eat.
All right, looking forward to that coming up on Sunday night. That's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life. We'll talk to Chip Brown about Texas's timeline and what he has learned about on his way, them on their way to the SEC. When we come back, a little college football news that is out there. Later on, we got a 3 and out for you, but there's one college football story that, let's just say when they made the announcement yesterday, we were starting trash, and there was a war breaking out halfway around the globe, and it was a perfect time to release this announcement. It's next on the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur RV show last week, don't worry. We will continue the sale this weekend at the Coleman RV show. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing are available this Friday, February 25th through Sunday, February 27th. It's your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Coleman RV show, right off I-65, exit 304. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Precision Sports bring you the show today. And if you're looking around the sports world looking for, big injury or something like that, keep an eye on Kentucky as they try to keep their guards healthy. They got a tough game at Arkansas coming up this weekend. Good news for Noah Gurley, who's battled some injuries throughout his career. He says he's coming back for a 6th year at Alabama next year, so a little bit more depth on the inside. He's playing pretty good ball here lately.
Quinterly says he may not be done, too. He's talking to the media today. He'll be honored at senior day, but says he hasn't closed the door on coming back to Alabama.
Yeah, and they've got the opportunity there for an extra season because of the COVID year last year. That little bit of update, 182 days away from week 0, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, Precision Sports, again, another great sponsor here from day one with us on the Next Round. From geriatrics to pediatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today, 855-219-6200. You can always go online, go to precisionsportsortho.com.
KTAL is the NBC affiliate down in Louisiana, where Grambling State yesterday announced Art Briles as the offensive coordinator. I want you to hear what he says here. There's a sort of a wide shot. If you'll take a look at Art Briles, who has let his hair grow way out over here to there you go. Look at this, LT.
Can I bring up one thing? I don't know.
You guys look at the picture though first and react to his hair.
Well, he looks totally different.
I mean, if he was one of the older bikers in Sons of Anarchy.
Yep.
Seriously, if you put a spider tattoo on his trachea right now, you'd be like, this dude has done 25 years in the pen. Yeah. And he's killed, I don't know, he's actually a contract killer.
Yeah. But or if he was singing at Peach Park, he could be one of the Oak Ridge Boys.
Amarillo by morning.
He's got kind of look, and this, I guess this happens when you get a little older. He's got like the squirrel pissed in his hair. It's the gray hair, but it's turned yellow in the back.
That is. I see when people have that. I'm like, well,
there's got to be something you can do for that, right?
Color it or cut it.
Like
one
Santa
of the two.
Claus never has that piss in his hair.
No, it's all. It's
he does at my mall. He does at my mall, LT.
Okay, I know you're setting this up for the KTLA. The reporter who's interviewing him, you guys remember the '78 classic National Lampoon's Animal House?
Yes. Okay, we got a lot going on here.
Yeah. So when
we'll pull that picture up too, Frozen. Yeah.
No, I got to bring this up. So it was the scene where Tim Matheson's character Eric Stratton goes to get them dates for their road trip.
Yeah.
Fawn Leibowitz, I think was her name. That looks just like her.
Interesting.
A little bit.
Fawn Leibowitz?
Yeah, I think that was the girl that he went and he acted like he saw the obituary and the girl had died, so he went and asked for her. So her roommate comes down and he gives the story. You know, they were engaged in all this.
Yep.
And she was like, look, if you need anything at all, and he's like, well, could you go out tonight? And he was like, and do you have a couple of friends for my dates for my friends?
Yeah.
It's a good play there. That's a much more interesting conversation than Art Briles returning.
But Art Briles looks rough.
But Lance, you were going. It was the best news dump ever. I mean, the day war breaks out in Ukraine.
You brought it up right before I left.
Before you left. Yeah.
I mean, we did trash open. Yep. Bombs are exploding, and I was like, great time to release this because it will not be on. I mean, it would be on nightly news on a slow news day.
No doubt.
Would have been on the national news networks. But it was not yesterday because of what's going on in the world. But Art Briles is back. Before we get to the question, 2016 is last time in college athletics. 6 years later, he's back and he's starting at Grambling State. He's not coming back at a Power 5 program. He's starting at Grambling State. You okay with this? Because I'm okay with it. I'm a belief of second chances.
I am too. And look, again, I don't think we know the full story. If you just take the excerpts and like the sexy details that actually got him fired. And look, there was probably a good reason he got fired. It was probably well-deserved that he got fired.
He was the captain of the ship.
He was the captain of the ship, and he went down with that ship. It's been a long time. When was the last time he coached Baylor?
2016.
Yeah.
6 years out of football.
So, again, I think he's paid a price, a serious price, and he's gone from Baylor, where he had them in the conversation to at least compete for national championships, to Grambling now.
Yeah, so he's going to be Grambling, and he's part with Hugh Jackson. It was a great hire for Grambling.
By the way, I bet there's a lot of people that disagree with us on this.
There is, and you've seen that reaction. And this is a great question. I don't know the young lady's name. We'll call her Fawn. KTAL, Channel 6 down there in Louisiana, asking, I think, a very important question to Art Briles.
Why should players trust you? Why should parents trust you? And why should the overall Grambling community trust you based on what has happened in the past?
I've coached over 40 years, and the word trust is thrown around a bunch. It's the hardest thing to get anybody to do, regardless of the situation, regardless of the environment, regardless of the profession. I mean, trust is a strong word to use. It's always something I took a lot of pride in with our coaches, with our student athletes, with our support staff, that if you said something, people could believe it. I think the only way you can gain trust is by how you perform on a daily basis, how you interact with people on a daily basis, and then you have the opportunity to gain some trust. But there's not a magic wand that you can say and then all of a sudden somebody's going to trust you. You have to earn that trust, and that's certainly what I'll do on a daily basis at Grambling University.
KTAL with that interview there.
Hey, look, I'll say this about Art Briles. I don't know what the settlement was. There was the wrongful termination that his attorneys filed against Baylor, and they came up with a settlement, and I know it was non-disclosed, but that the guy's got millions of dollars. I give him a lot of credit for his love for the game, battling at every level. I mean, going from Canada to where did he go overseas to coach?
Italian football league,
yeah, high school. I mean, the guy just loves the game of football. So say what you want. You can hate Art Briles. You can disagree with us saying that he deserves a second chance. Guy loves football, though.
No, there's no doubt he loves football. You don't take this job if you don't just love football.
And hats off to the SWAC. I mean, I know Tripp is talking about 1-31 and 2 NFL seasons, but Hugh Jackson was with a horrible franchise at the time. Hugh Jackson has NFL experience, considered an elite coordinator at the NFL level. Eddie
Robinson?
Eddie George
Tennessee State
is at Tennessee State as a head coach. Deion Sanders is there at Jackson State. They've made some high-profile hires to sort of lift up the profile of the SWAC, and adding Art Briles will draw a lot of attention. And when you get down to it, Lance, X's and O's, Art Briles is a genius at a football coach at calling plays. He built Baylor into what they were, and part of that was his offense that still today his son Kendall and his son-in-law Jeff Levy are considered two of the best in the business.
Yeah, just let me ask you guys, if Art Briles never gets in this type of trouble, if it doesn't come off the rails in Waco,
yes,
he's in a 14 playoff for sure. Yeah, I don't think he wins a national championship, but he gets to a 14 playoff, which by Baylor standards, you guys remember when it was one of the worst programs in all of college football. Yep. I mean, his final 3 seasons, he won 32 games.
From Kevin Steele years to the Art Briles years.
That's right.
I mean, it's alpha and omega, man.
That's right. And a Heisman Trophy winner along the way. When we come back, we'll talk about Texas leaving the Big 12 and coming to the Southeastern Conference. Is that on hold for 4 years, 5 years? Is it going to happen next week? One guy knows. It's Chip Brown, and he is next right here on the show that is being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. The look ahead to Texas's move to the SEC as we look forward with Michelson.
Yeah, make the phone call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you've been contemplating, you've been thinking about it, now is the time to pull the trigger. At least call, ask for Amy Toll. The Next Round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation to make sure LASIK is right for you. When I went in, I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now I have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor here from The Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, we'll talk to Chip Brown coming up in a moment about Texas's move to the SEC, a little timeline and a little inside information on if that's slowed down, if it's speeding up, what's happening. Chip's the guy that's got the story. It's behind a firewall today, so you'll need it right here with Chip. This hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken on 119 in Alabaster. We'll get to that in a second. By the way, Brett McMurphy just tweeting out happy birthday to Terry Bowden of Louisiana Monroe. Hard to believe Terry Bowden, one-time young coach at Samford who got the Auburn job, 66 years old today.
66? I was going to guess 61.
The oldest Sun Belt head coach in the league, sixth oldest active coach in FBS football now is Terry Bowden at age 66. Let's do the headlines brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. I recently experienced that myself. So did Rocky. The first call we make, our friends at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Football news, Todd Grantham expecting to be part of the Alabama coaching staff in the upcoming year. One-time Florida, Mississippi State, Georgia, and Louisville defensive coordinator. Close to a deal. He's spent most of his career as either a defensive coordinator or working with defensive line or linebackers. Not sure yet if Grantham will be on the field or off the field coach there in Tuscaloosa. And what do you think of that addition if you get Todd Grantham over there? Longtime friends with Nick Saban.
Well, Saban is, I think he's always liked Grantham. I've never been the biggest Grantham fan. If the guy's a position coach, though, this is a guy that's been a coordinator forever. If he's a position coach, I mean, I think that's a heck of a hire there.
I mean, look, I don't think anybody's going to question Saban. I mean, the guy's got a huge resume from the NFL to college. He's, been a big-time recruiter.
Owen Popo, according to reports at AL.com, likely to skip out of spring this year. Auburn undercover the first to report that to get fully healthy. That news down from Auburn. And Jaden Daniels, if you've been watching his out of Arizona State portal storyline, Missouri has been the big buzz the last 24 hours of getting Jaden Daniels. He tweets last night, hey, tap the brakes. I have not committed to play anywhere yet, but another one of those quarterbacks coming to the SEC would just make the league that much more interesting.
I mean, so Jackson Dart, Spencer Rattler, and possibly Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, two teams that are not supposed to contend.
You already got Hendon Hooker there.
Yeah, already just to make things a little bit tougher there. But keep an eye on Jaden Daniels. He says he is not yet a Missouri Tiger.
All right, Chip Brown is with us now. We always love talking to Chip. Anytime Chip can come on, but especially when we're talking Texas and the SEC. That's a big deal. Chip is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Chip? How are you today?
What's happening, fellas?
Not much, man. Not much. Things in the Lone Star State good?
Oh, yeah. You calling to talk some Texas-Alabama baseball?
Yeah, number one, Texas hosting Alabama, 3-game series today. How about that?
How about that? It's going to be like 32 degrees.
Fantastic. And I haven't brought it up yet on the show. You'll remember this, Chip. Last time they played each other, 1983 College World Series. Roger Clemens facing the great Dave Magadan.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's a name everybody remembers.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
hey, before we get into Texas, we were talking about Art Briles, and, he's been named the OC at Grambling State. And, look, you covered Art for a while, and I said, look, if the guy doesn't get in all this trouble, if it doesn't go off the rails, I think he's probably has Baylor in a college football playoff by now. Say what you want. The guy was a heck of a coach at Baylor. The guy knows football.
Yeah, he knows football, and there were people at Baylor who should have gone to jail over what happened there, leaving their Title IX, office to patrol the violence against women on that campus, who were not named Art Briles. That was not his decision. That was the executive vice president, Reagan Ramsauer's decision. That guy, they were trying to get Ken Starr out as the president at Baylor, and they were doing it with some of the worst thinking you can imagine. Leaving the Title IX office unstaffed while girls are being sexually assaulted on that campus. It's ridiculous. Now, there was a kid named Tevin Elliott who played at Baylor who was a serial rapist. That's that's where Art Briles' culpability comes in. They knew that kid was trouble. They knew he was trouble even once he got on campus. But, you know, to say that Art Briles was the only guy at Baylor who was, you know, letting everything go, it was a culture at that time at Baylor that was horrible. Art is an unbelievable offensive coach. And, you know, Jeff Levy is a guy who was with Art at Baylor. Jeff and, you know, his son, Kendall Briles have gone on to get jobs. Now, Art signed a non-disclosure agreement to get $20 million from Baylor. That's why he doesn't talk about it. So it's kind of a mixed bag for Art Briles. But, you know, at one time he was seen as an innovative offensive pioneer in the state of Texas.
Chip Brown is with us. You can follow Chip on Twitter at ChipBrown247, at ChipBrown247, as he covers Texas there for horns247.com. With 24/7 Sports, he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You were right yesterday. You're getting some intel on what this timeline might look like for Texas. Listen, I've talked to guys that are quote-unquote sources. I've heard everything from almost immediately to it could be 3 or 4 years. What is the feeling in Austin about when this might happen?
Well, it looks like it's going to happen in 2024, for the 2024 football season when ESPN takes over the broadcast rights for SEC football. And I think Texas has the financial flexibility to get out of the Big 12. It's probably going to cost $80 million. I mean, it's, and people are like, wait a minute, A&M and Missouri got out of the Big 12 at a discounted rate. But that's in part because they weren't seen as valuable as Texas and OU. As crazy as that sounds, they weren't seen as valuable to the conference as Texas and Oklahoma. Now, the interesting thing is, I think there was some thought that, well, if Texas and OU wait until the broadcast rights expire for the Big 12 in 2025, that they wouldn't have to pay any exit fees. That is not correct. They agreed in 2012 to a 99-year grant of rights.
Yikes.
And that means that Texas and Oklahoma have to pay whether they leave before 2025 or after 2025. And Oklahoma is not, I'm told, is not as financially equipped to handle the buyout exit fees as Texas is. Now, of course, Texas has, the Longhorn Network. ESPN still owes them right now, still owes Texas $184.5 million on that 20-year, $300 million deal. So Texas can, probably negotiate its way out of, into ESPN covering their exit fees. But Oklahoma is not as liquid, and Texas and Oklahoma are going to go to the SEC together. And right now it looks like the earliest is 2024.
Hey, when you look at year 2 for Steve Sarkisian, it's hard to believe 1 10-win season, and you know this well, for Texas in the last 12 years. Alabama, by the way, every one of those years, double-digit wins. How important is year 2 for Sarkisian?
Well, he's got to show progress. That's what I've been saying about Texas football since they played Alabama in that 2009 national championship game. You just want to see the arrow going up, just like that. Not 4-1 to start the season last year, and then the longest losing streak in the program since 1956. And you had double-digit leads on the 3 best teams in the conference, against Baylor, Oklahoma State, and OU. You lose all those games. Then it turns into a rebuild. Then it turns into, I don't have my players. So, the narrative got a little, messed around, but it's true that Sarkisian's got to get guys in who are used to winning. And that's, anytime you're turning around a losing culture or a middle of the pack culture, you got to find guys who bring in that hunger to win championships. And that's what it appears that Steve Sarkisian did in having maybe the best offseason I've ever seen for a 5-7 team, with a top 5 recruiting class loaded on the offensive and defensive lines. Quinn Ewers, the transfer, 5-star quarterback from Ohio State. You bring in Gary Patterson, you land 2 really talented assistant coaches, and Brennan Marion, the new receivers coach, or big-time recruiter, Tashard Choice, coming in as the running backs coach. So, and I think they're interested in hiring David Cutcliffe if he'd come as an analyst. So,
Arch Manning. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what, yeah, there you go. Hey, what do you say? Do you say former Duke coach David Cutcliffe, or do you say Manning family mentor?
I think that's it. I think we know what Sark is saying, Chip. Yes.
That works out good. Chip, can I ask you this about the Texas move? To go back to that for a second. Have you got any feeling at all there's been a willingness from the current SEC membership or the league office to loan money or to front money for Oklahoma or for Texas? Any of that going on behind the scenes?
Well, that's the next question. And, I don't know the answer to that right now. And so, there was obviously some mixed feelings, certainly from Texas A&M. They had to bite the bullet and vote along with everyone else to admit Texas and OU. I'm not sure where the sentiment would be for the SEC to help OU out.
Is there a chance? I mean, this seems like a dumb question as I ask it. I mean, they come together, right? I mean, if there's a situation where OU says we can't cough up the $80 million, Texas has it. I mean, they got to come together, don't they? Is there a chance they come separately?
No, they will come together. I mean, that's everything that I'm hearing. And, the ESPN has an incentive for Texas and Oklahoma to be in the SEC when they take over the broadcast rights to SEC football in the 2024 season. I'll be shocked if ESPN doesn't make something happen for this all to be nice and tidy for Texas and OU to be in the SEC for that 2024 football season.
Chip has mentioned that Texas and Alabama play baseball today in freezing temperatures. I just saw the Vegas point spread, Lance. Texas is minus 520 in today's game. That Friday starter must be something for the Longhorns.
Yeah, who is your starter?
Guys.
I mean, I've never even seen that with Clayton Kershaw against an expansion team.
Minus 520.
In his heyday.
Yeah, this kid, he's a lefty. His name is Pete Hansen. And David Pierce, the coach at Texas, compares him to a young Andy Pettit, who is also from Texas and played at San Jacinto College. David Pierce remembers Andy Pettit coming out of high school and college, and that's all you need to know about Pete Hansen.
Well, that kid must be able to deal it. All right, go follow Chip on Twitter at ChipBrown247. Read him online, horns247.com, part of 24/7 Sports. Always fun, Chip. Thank you for the time. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, man.
Hey, how many days to that, September 10th? Till the Crimson Tide come to Austin?
Well, let's see. It's 182 to week 0, so help me with the math. Add 14 more days, right?
196.
196,
yeah. We'll be there.
Y'all bringing the show?
We're planning on it, yeah.
Of course.
We're
You'll take us to dinner, right?
Yeah, you're tour guide, though, okay, Chip?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yep.
I got you.
We may need to borrow your Wi-Fi, though. Is that okay?
Whatever you need.
All right. Write that down, Rockstar.
Whatever you need. Chip's in for whatever we need.
Yes.
Tell the business office. Chip's in for whatever we need. Thank you, Chip. Have a great weekend.
All right, boys. Stay safe. Keep the faith.
All right, you too, buddy. Take care. Chip with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Chip's like a superhero. Stay safe and keep the faith.
I like it. Right.
God bless you.
God bless America. Stay safe and keep the faith.
Dunaway mid-sentence, he said, we need to borrow your wife.
I thought I was going to say wife. I was like, my God.
What are you talking about?
Wi-Fi.
I know. Well, but mid-word, I didn't know where you were going.
Well, how would that even be in your mind?
Well, it's you. That's how it's you.
I thought it was wife, too.
What?
Yeah.
What world are you living in?
Chip's divorced, but I thought you were going
I
wife.
knew he was divorced too, but I just didn't know what joke you were making about we'll need to borrow your wife to show us around town. I didn't know what you were about to say.
Wow. I mean, what are you doing?
You got stuck on the fence there.
Yeah.
It came out Wi-Fi, but
it came out Wi-Fi fine. I don't know if the rest of the listeners or viewers even thought that.
That's what I thought.
Jay Price did.
Yep.
Thought he was going to say wife.
I mean, I wish we could immediately go back and listen to the clip. It sounded like you were going wife.
It really did.
I mean, we can get
you went Wi-Fi, but I'm saying it sounded like wife.
All the money we're making up here, if you'll come off a little bit of it, we can get a replay machine back there. It'll cost probably a little bit of money and another personnel to run the stuff back, replays.
I mean, it is full in the Farm Folio chat room.
Only because you said it. Nobody would have said it. Nobody would have said
it. Too. I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, people are not just going to say that.
My eyebrows were raised for half a second.
Yeah. Did I slow down on Wi-Fi?
Yeah, kind of.
We need to borrow your Wi-Fi.
There was this awkward pause. Yeah. It was weird.
Yeah, you went Wi-Fi.
I mean, Skylar on Twitter, I thought Jim was going to say wife as well. Milkman, I thought Jim was going to say wife also.
Milkman, all right, Milkman.
Hey, so
the 256 Milkman.
So, are you going to Nashville this weekend?
I am not going to Nashville this weekend.
Well, I found your tickets right behind the goal.
Yeah, for how much?
$175.
Yeah, no.
But Bridgestone
not paying
Arena
that for a regular season
have
game.
Have you ever been to Bridgestone Arena though?
I have, but not for. I've been there for Taylor Swift.
Have you ever seen the Lightning play in person?
Yeah, actually seen them even at Old Tropicana Field back when they played their games there. So I've seen them one time with Gene Stallings. You mentioned Stallings earlier.
Did you talk to Lance? Because I was talking to him in a break, and
Does he
mentioned
have tickets?
No, he doesn't have tickets. He mentioned how nice Bridgestone Arena was.
It is. I'm not going. I got things to do. And Maggie preaches on Sunday.
Lightning are not going to be at Bridgestone either.
Why?
Because that's not where they play this week.
The game's at Nissan Stadium.
Oh, that's right. It's the outside game this weekend.
It's Winter Classic.
First one here, guys. First one here.
175.
Wow. Your ass wouldn't even have taken a jacket.
I know. We were trying to set you up to
outside game. I forgot about that.
That's why it's 175. Why would you not pay for that? That'd be incredible.
Yeah, you've never seen an outside.
No, I mean, how far am
game?
I going to be from the rink at 175?
Well, I had you in section 123. So this explains it. When I was trying to find where 123 was in Bridgestone Arena, they don't have a 123.
Right.
So
this is the outdoor game. I thought we usually did this on like January 1, and we got extra games now outside.
They might play 2 a year now.
Yeah. So we're playing an outdoor game almost in March in the South.
So section
Technology
123
is amazing.
Section 123, center of the end zone at Nissan Stadium. So it's behind the goal, but the goal is going to be a long way away.
Yeah. That stuff looks good on television.
Yeah, boy, I bet it's awful in person.
Don't necessarily want to go to that in person.
No, you'd much rather see him at Bridgestone, wouldn't
you? Truthfully, I'd rather see him in the Stanley Cup again down there at the Ice Palace in Tampa.
Saturday's high is 45. I don't know what time the puck drops there.
6:30 p.m.
Oh, it's a night game?
Yeah, TNT.
38's the low, so it's going to be cold. That's about what it was, honest to goodness, about what it was when I went to the Dolphins game up there.
Yeah.
Pretty miserable, by the way.
I forgot that was the outside game. I forgot they were doing that with the Lightning and the Predators. You just don't think outdoor hockey in Nashville.
You really don't.
Yeah. All right. That's what's happening tonight up in this weekend up in Nashville. A lot of good basketball happening this weekend as well. LT's got trash coming up on the other side. UAB, a winner last night in basketball. Don't forget Auburn 1 game up on Kentucky as they try to win the SEC championship. They play tomorrow up in Knoxville. Alabama, they've won 4 of 5. They're at home to South Carolina tomorrow. And how about Oscar Tshiebwe? We talked a lot the other night about Walker Kessler setting the block record single season at Auburn. Tshiebwe set the Kentucky rebound record for Kentucky.
It's like
the other
20
night.
a game.
Yeah, I can't remember a better rebounder in college basketball.
It's crazy.
He went over 427. That number continues to go up, though, of course. But Tshiebwe, I mean, a lot of great basketball played in Kentucky over the years. He got a record.
He's a sharp kid, too. I think he speaks 5 languages.
Yeah, he's very impressive. I've seen an interview with him. Cal again today saying he doesn't know if Washington and Wheeler are playing. And they got Arkansas. It's a big game.
Yeah, and a big opportunity for Arkansas to move up the chain a little bit as well. All right, trash is coming up next. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. They bring us the poll questions every day, LT. Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment. They're proud to partner with us here on the next round on this venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, Cowan.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get 2 sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Reed from the Next Round. I'm excited to work with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to reach my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and to hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Y'all bringing the show?
We're planning on it. Yeah,
of course.
We're
Yeah, you'll
planning
take
on
us
it.
to dinner, right?
Yeah, you're tour guide though, okay, Chip?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yep.
I got you.
We may need to borrow your Wi-Fi though. Is that okay? Wi-Fi is very simple.
No, you hear it though.
Give it to me one more time.
You hung on the F.
Wi-Fi. Because I enunciate, Brown.
Yeah, you're known for enunciation.
Y'all bringing the show?
We're planning on it. Yeah,
of course.
We're
Yeah, you'll
planning
take
on
us
it.
to dinner, right?
Yeah, you're tour guide though, okay, Chip?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yep.
I got you.
We may need to borrow your Wi-Fi, though. Is that okay? Wi-Fi.
Whatever you need.
So when you say Wi-Fi.
Well, no, but when the context, when Lance says, we're going to need you to be the host and everything, and then, like, the next thing, I was like, oh, no, what is he doing? Because I thought you were like,
because
we
we're a
also need to
digital
borrow your
show. We
Wi-Fi.
can't go anywhere without Wi-Fi.
No, I get it. We are saying
It's amazing that everybody thought that.
Yeah, Rockstar's right. Context matters. And in the context of, hey, we're going to have a fun time. Everybody, we're going to be all to have fun. We may need to borrow your wife. What? So step too far.
One of those parties, Dunaway.
Mine doesn't work like that, guys. I'm sorry.
Actually, it does.
Part of our show. Part of our show being brought to you by the one of the hottest barbecue places in America right now.
Somebody was asking me about it the other day. I had to give them specific directions. Creekside Barbecue. Connor and the guys brought us food just last week. It is fabulous. Have you visited the new Creekside Barbecue? It's just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. They have a huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek, several TVs, and, of course, the incredible food from the delicious barbecue. They've got the ribs, great burgers, fabulous sides, and they can also cater for up to 200 people. So stop in, see the guys at Creekside, and make sure you tell them the next round sent you.
My buddy Brooks, longtime intern over at our previous job, and he watches and listens to us now. Congratulations to him and his wife announcing that they are pregnant, expecting their first birth.
Right.
He sends out some great videos, SEC football vids on Instagram. Last time each team in football in the SEC won 10 games in a season. 2021, Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, and Ole Miss got that done. All right?
Mm-hmm.
In 2019, LSU and Florida got it done. It was 2017, the last time Auburn won 10 games.
So how many teams are we up to now?
That is 4, 6, 7 of the 14.
Okay.
2017, 7 of the 14. Then to 2014 to get Missouri and Mississippi State with 10 wins. All right, 2013 for South Carolina. It's been since 2012, and Johnny Manziel since Texas A&M won 10 games.
That really is pathetic.
All
Lance
right.
is right. I know he hammers Jimbo a lot, but that is
I think
pathetic.
Tennessee's going to be 2007.
2011 for Bobby Petrino. And when Bobby Petrino in
Yep.
2011,
Yep, at
Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
2007 for Tennessee. Last time they had a 10-win season. And by the way, one of the longest running state bets we have going right now is I win a state next time Tennessee wins 10 games.
What was it against?
Love.
Justin
and
Timberlake
Jessica Biel?
and Jessica Bill.
Yeah. You can see them all.
So-
The way I had him, man. I mean, he was in a
You did.
restaurant, hand on
Yeah,
leg.
boy, you're as close as you'll ever be there.
We were acting.
Yep.
Is South?
That's okay. I had a good Tennessee team up at halftime on Oklahoma and Baker Mayfield, and it went south there too.
Yeah.
That was hand on knee.
Is Vandy the only one behind Tennessee?
Vandy's never done it.
Never.
So they're the only one behind Tennessee,
Yep,
technically.
only one
That
behind
is,
Tennessee.
That's pretty incredible there.
That is pretty incredible. All right. This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World. Famous fried chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're hungry for some fried chicken, some good Southern comfort food, there's a good place to go as well today. Champy's World Famous Chicken. Sterling and the crew down there ready to take care of you, including those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Let's do it now. It is time for Trash with LT Rockstar. The big button, please. Don't bring your wife eye into it.
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
That one makes me more uncomfortable than any of them.
Was
so
it
far.
local, Rocky?
I think it's Tennessee, but to say that, you can still sit in the tent.
I
But if
know.
you cough wrong, I'm going to expose you because I got I got your address.
That's what blows me away is this pastor has identified witches in his church. I'm not going to run you out unless you cough wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to let you sit here.
That's not godlike if he's going to run a witch
That's
out. Right?
true. I guess the witch needs to hear his preaching, right, Rockstar?
The one with the address because she's super concerned now.
So
She knows where I
Dunaway,
live.
you could road trip it to see your Lightning this weekend and then go see a sermon from him on Sunday.
That's right.
I could, man. I could, LT.
You witches.
Yep.
Everything knows that money does not grow on trees. That doesn't mean it isn't growing beneath the floorboards of your house. With a cash out refinance, you can use your home for whatever requires funding in your future. All you need is the home equity to back it up. Mortgage Right's team of experts standing by to offer you that free home health checkup. Head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. So we talk about these teens are so stupid right now, TikTok, and some of the challenges they do. Well, here are 4 challenges that prove older generations were as stupid as the TikTok teens.
All right.
Okay.
First one, the Evel Knievel challenge. Now, Evel Knievel, obviously a household name, famous for most of the 1970s for jumping the motorcycle over the Vegas fountains, buses, tanks full of killer sharks, canyons, and more. Chris Carl's from America watched live broadcast of the stupid, dangerous displays, bought the Evel toys, and imitated Evel's foolish stunts on big wheels and swings everywhere.
Yep, that is true. We did that in my neighborhood. We jumped over things with our bicycles all the time.
I never hear the name Evel Knievel anymore when I don't think of the greatest tweet ever sent in the history of Twitter.
Brett McMurphy.
When Brett McMurphy tweeted during one of those Chick-fil-A bowls coming up at halftime, Bobby Petrino's going to try to jump the fountains at Caesar's Palace. I mean, that is so good.
And he got shit for that, man.
Yeah, no,
it's crazy.
Yes.
What about this one? Did I ask you about this yesterday? No, I didn't. I asked my old man about this. The goldfish swallowing challenge. Do you know anybody that's ever swallowed a goldfish?
I don't, but it was always big in movies when they were doing the 50s.
Well, if you wonder...
They did it. Steve-O did it in Jackass, the first Jackass.
That's right. I do remember
where
that.
Where the trend began, it was in Harvard 1939 when freshman Lothrop Whittingham bragged to his friends that he once swallowed a live fish. His friends raised $10, bet him he couldn't do it again. Lothrop then chewed up a goldfish, won the 10 spot, and became a legend.
Yeah.
I think I've said this many times.
You don't chew it, though. Wouldn't you just swallow it?
You would just swallow it. I would. That older people who are parents and are starting to get older, always talk about young people's music and crazy things they're doing. Now it's TikTok or tattoos and the music we listen to. When we were their age, we had our own thing. When teenagers in the 50s had their things, they were swallowing goldfish. In the 60s, they were stuffing each other into Volkswagens.
We're getting
whatever crazy things at the time that older people think are just crazy, it just adjusts and it just looks differently because of the technology.
Nick Swartzen, he's a comedian. He had a great bit where he's saying, like, retirement homes, old folks' homes in the next 20 years are going to be people that are listening to Tupac.
Yep.
That's going to be, and like people like named Amanda.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but think about it. Big hair bands, which I love. I'm in my 50s, and those people are in their 60s as they still play it. But I would go see Def Leppard and that Motley Crue tour tomorrow.
Tickets are out, by the way. But it is that music back now. I mean, it's nothing but old people that listen to Hair Nation on 38. No, I'm planning on going. It's Atlanta. I think it's like June 10th. And it's Def Leppard, Motley Crue, Poison, and now Joan Jett has jumped out.
Joan Jett. So does Joan Jett open the show?
She probably opens the show. The Panty Raid Challenge. In the 1950s, trend on college campuses where large groups of men, often numbering in the thousands, would gather and invade women's dorms and sorority houses to steal panties. I would assume you get thrown off campus for this now.
Likely arrested.
Yeah, maybe even on a list for the rest of your life.
Booger led one, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. But just think about it. A mass mob of men storming into a girl's dorm after hours with girls asleep in bed in their unmentionables or nothing at all. And you're stealing stuff.
Lingerie. Not
their
just
lingerie.
stuff. Yeah,
what did the little Asian say that was watching the closed circuit TV?
Tired of looking at Betty. How could you get tired of that ass, Takashi?
And finally, the phone booth cramming challenge. Now, the phone booth cramming challenge took off in post-war America, involved seeing how many people could fit into a phone booth. 1959 was the high water mark of the trend with college students from the UK and the United States. The record... You guys want to guess? I mean, phone booth.
That's pretty small.
Mark Mangino could fill one up himself.
Absolutely.
Let me take a guess.
I don't believe it was in South Africa where they actually did this. 1959.
I'm going to say 18.
Well, I was going to say 12.
25 people.
Wow.
Oh, I think that was comfortable.
Oh. I don't know how you get out.
I was stacking
how you participate.
3 people in stacks of 6. That's how I got to 18.
I mean, that'd be
like
small.
I mean, that is balled up.
Right now, if they were like, okay, we're setting a world record. We got 25 people. You're the first to go in.
Yeah, I'm really not interested in this record. Yes.
But I mean,
first or last.
That person on the bottom corner. I mean, you cannot be claustrophobic.
Yeah. Some poor girl got felt up the whole time she was in there.
Here's the headline
Sorry,
here.
I can't move.
Poor guy.
Battery victim initially thought his girlfriend was, quote, being rough like 50 Shades of Grey. Florida man told police that he thought his girlfriend was being rough like 50 Shades of Grey when she began to slap him yesterday, but eventually he fled the couple's apartment when the woman became a little more aggressive and he started seeing stars. Now, cops say Nicole Ancu, 21 years old, and the 40-year-old victim returned to their home early Monday morning after attending a festival. Pair argued when Ancu was unable to locate her phone. Ancu allegedly then began to, quote, slap the victim on the arms and the back. Man told cops he initially believed the defendant was being rough, like 50 Shades of Grey. Now, when Ancu, the blows became a little more aggressive, the victim told her to stop, but Ancu continued to strike and scratch him hard enough that he had a sizable bump on his head, had large scratches along his back, and he was seeing stars.
I'm assuming that's just the festival temporary paint there, that she may have gotten frozen lemonade and a waffle cone and something like that before that.
Was she 50 Shades of High on meth? I mean, what's the punchline here?
She was on something. She was arrested for domestic battery and booked into county jail.
It was kinky for a second, but then it got a little aggressive.
Festivals, I mean, there's a good chance she was popping them out.
You never know, yeah.
So we got a dog sitter. Got a little more than she bargained for when a, quote, crazed owner set out 6 strict rules that she must agree to before being allowed anywhere near her dog. Now, offering to pay the equivalent of $110, the owner expects the woman to drop everything to care for her diabetic dog, Junie, for 9 straight days. Now, here are the demands. I will pay you $110 for your services. You are there to make sure Junie is fed, watered, and medicated. That is a fair price. Right. You are to be there 90% of the time. Any emergencies, you will pay for out of your own pocket. That's where we stop, right?
Yeah, not my pocket.
Yeah. You are in charge of taking care of Junie, and if anything should happen under your supervision, in all caps, it is your responsibility. Goes on to say, yes, we do have cameras. We check them frequently. No friends over, parties, or anything of that like. The next one, keep your phone on loud. I cannot stress how much anxiety I get when I call to check on Junie and I don't get a response.
How much am I getting paid to do
$110 for 9 days.
For 9 days.
No.
Oh, and you got to be there 90% of the time.
So not $110 a day.
I thought it was $110 for one visit.
Total.
No, hard pass.
Finally, you will be paid in full approximately 24 hours after I return. I will make sure Junie isn't showing any anxiety before I write your check.
I mean, $110 for the entire 9 days? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't do it for $110 a day.
Dog sitter replied, hey, unfortunately, I would not be able to meet all the demands. I hope you find a great sitter, exclamation.
That's exactly what I would have said.
Okay, meet the Crawford brothers, fellas.
Hey, Crawford. Hey, welcome in, guys.
Shane, 33. Christian, 31. They live together with their 63-year-old mother, Bradenton, Florida.
They cut each other's hair.
The one on the right looks like Mark McGrath. The one on the left
Discount Tom Cruise.
looks like Tom Cruise on Dumb and Dumber.
Josh Hartnett meets Tom Cruise.
There you go.
Yeah,
you give me
Lloyd Christmas's hair.
You give me Mark McGrath though on the right. Right?
Yeah.
Somebody.
Okay, it seems though
that's Smash Mouth.
That this household with the 2 brothers and the 63-year-old mom is a little tense. Witnessed the events of last night when Shane, which one's Shane?
Shane is on the left.
Shane on the left.
Lloyd Christmas.
The Lloyd Christmas lookalike there was in his room having sex with his girlfriend. Now, this encounter, according to a sheriff's report, resulted in an argument between the Crawfords because Christian believed his older brother and the woman were, quote, making an excessive amount of noise. He told Shane that he needed to go get the gag ball from Mom's drawer. This is when things got really silly. I just made that up.
Okay.
Now, the pair's verbal disagreement quickly turned physical, with Christian, quote, forcefully throwing an ashtray at his brother's head.
An
ashtray.
That says a lot about the house, by the way.
Yeah, the on-target toss caused a 1-inch laceration on Shane's right cheek. That is pretty good toss. Do you do it Frisbee or throw it boomerang style?
Throwing darts.
Yeah.
Overhand.
Do you remember the foil ashtray that used to be in like Arby's and McDonald's? And you could just crumble it up and throw it like a ball? Yeah.
Crawford's both arrested for domestic battery, booked into county jail.
Hit him with an ashtray.
I'm an all-star. Is that the right one?
That's
every
Smash morning Mouth. In the morning, there's a morning every morning.
That's the only thing they do, right?
And
I want to fly, man.
Oh, that's right.
And Dunaway.
They do that one too?
Yeah.
Okay,
I got dinner facts for you guys.
All right.
This first one's pretty incredible. A tiger's tongue is so strong, it can remove paint from a wall and also skin off of its prey.
My gosh. Wow.
Quite the lick.
Well, you know how cats' tongues are like sandpaper. Now multiply that for a tiger.
I mean, that's got to feel awful.
It's a rough way to go.
Yeah. Well, the teeth too. That's got to hurt. And the claws.
See, I think we've put a filter on Dunaway today after the wife comment.
No, I mean, you keep asking me weird questions. I'm giving you weird answers.
What weird question is
I don't know. I'm not going to the hockey game tomorrow night. I know that.
Is that a weird question?
Yeah. I know. Well, you keep going back to the hockey game a lot. I'm good.
Another dinner fact for you guys.
What?
The pinky promise originally dictated that the person who breaks a promise would actually have to cut off their pinky finger.
That makes sense.
Wow.
Yeah.
I seriously doubt anybody ever did that.
Would you hold somebody to it? You broke that
Hey,
promise.
that's right.
Let's do it.
So
Get the old cleaver.
So you'd be here at 8.
Yeah. Cleaver would probably be the way to go. Or the wedge and hammer.
Did you guys ever
That would
blood
take it
oath?
straight
that's
up.
slow.
Did you ever blood oath? Like
I was not in the
your palm?
mafia.
No.
Yeah,
No.
me either.
Alan did it.
Did you spit
for the
shake?
Wolfpack.
Did you ever spit shake?
Never
I don't
did that
think I did
either.
that
I
either.
didn't either.
Another dinner fact. In some prisons in Brazil, prisoners can reduce 4 days for every book they read and write a report on it.
I mean, that's actually,
That's
I
all I
wouldn't
would
do it
do.
with our hardened criminals, but I mean, there is some sort of reform in that, right?
I read The Giving Tree. It's a word per page. Was a good book. It was about a tree that gives 4 days.
Here's another dinner fact. When a group of people laugh, each member of the group will instinctively look at the person they feel closest to. So when you're a group next time and you start to laugh, people are laughing, whoever you're looking at is who you feel closest to.
I wonder why.
I don't know.
Because I think you try to relate to them. Like, yeah, I think this is funny. You and I have a commonality. We have similar senses of humor. You laugh right.
So when you're the first person to laugh?
No, if
No,
we're all
who you're
four
looking
laughing
at,
okay.
and whoever you're looking at, that's the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the next really funny thing that happens on the show, everybody's going like, who's everybody looking at?
We'll probably forget it.
I'm usually looking at the playback screen at myself.
I love me the most.
Yeah, who loves me the most? Me.
Our final dinner fact, around the age of 23, the average person falls off what researchers call the humor cliff. That's sadly when we begin to smile and laugh less and less.
What age?
Oh, wow.
23.
Well, that's not nice. I don't like that.
Thank you, Rockstar, for not pushing us off the cliff. You keep us laughing all the time.
Man, that was a dead center shot right there, Lance.
You got a couple today.
Yeah.
Hey, not everything in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know this rule does not apply when it comes to a home refinance. Refinancing experts nationwide, they have got the tips, tools, and dedication for you to take advantage of interest rates while they're still low, but you need to act quickly. Rates are rising. Don't let a great refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, when we come back, we'll do a little 3 and out, and Bucky McMillan joins us at 12:35. Red Hot Samford on the road at Chattanooga to wrap up the regular season this weekend. We'll talk to Bucky McMillan about Samford's Bucky Ball. It's all still to come today in the final part of TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur RV show last week, don't worry. We will continue the sale this weekend at the Coleman RV show. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing are available this Friday, February 25th through Sunday, February 27th. It's your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Coleman RV show, right off I-65, exit 304. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've been on their program for only a few weeks now, and yet in that time frame, I've lost over 25 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me and the whole Next Round crew accountable along the way. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program, and then join us in our journey to healthy living, and you can sign up your whole office for the Way to Wellness Weight Loss Challenge at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on TNR. This hour always brought to you by Champy's World Famous Chicken, open for lunch and dinner tonight. Highway 119 in Alabaster. You can swing by there. Check out the whole menu, champyschchicken.com. That includes chicken on a stick. Wonderful, wonderful meal right there. Comes with some great fries or any of the other wonderful sides. The Mississippi Delta tamales, chicken plates, poor boys, which I had my first one there. Didn't know they were as good as they are. Unbelievable menu. Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Order ahead at champyschchicken.com and get an easy-to-go order, or they'll cater for you for your parties or office meetings at champyschchicken.com. Let's bring this up right now. Forrester, if you will. This was shared with us earlier. Nancy, Rockstar's wife, expecting a baby, and she ordered, what is this, Rockstar?
It is we found a custom neon sign place that gives you custom neon signs. And she thought to put that, she wanted to do a little, over a rocking chair, put a little rocker. And then she's like, would you be offended if I was a little Rockstar? I was like, that's fine. And then you could do the custom lettering and the color and everything. So that is going to be going above. I don't think we're going to have it turned on a lot because I don't think you want to hear that.
Does it make it sound?
It's a precursor to him heading to bars, right?
Yeah,
a lot of neon.
Doesn't give a prerequisite to him.
Hey, have y'all picked a name yet?
We have,
but you haven't shared it with us yet.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
Oh, so you shared it with Lance?
Yeah, roommate was asking me last weekend about it.
Do you have a fender bender too?
It's called Donna Brown. Little Donna Brown. His name is Cord Patrick.
Cord Patrick. Is that a family name?
Yeah, it is a family name. No, Patrick's my middle name, but Cord
I knew that.
Patrick.
Yeah. That's cool. I like that name. Is he going to go by Cord, or will you let him pick?
Yeah, he'll probably David. No, I don't. Cord is his name.
Yeah.
Cord Patrick.
Cord Henniger. I like that.
Do not name your kid.
Oh, I said that, yes.
You do not call him by the middle name.
Well, I said there are
both
people.
of my kids.
Jacks everything up.
Well,
both of my kids. Middle name.
That was a Maggie thing, wasn't it?
No, just that's the way it came out. We like that name.
I don't want to ask you any more silly questions today.
But I every time you say that, I always tell you Both Harper and Carter are middle names.
I don't remember that, but
about 18 times in 12 years.
Me too. I'm a middle name. It's a major mistake from parents. Major mistake.
Hour and 10 minutes. I got to sit by these
A lot
guys.
of people say
Hour
that,
and
but
10 minutes.
my sister is a middle name, goes by her name. She doesn't have a problem with it, but there are people that I've met like you that do not like the middle
It's
name.
just dumb because like nobody else knows what your full name is
Correct.
anyway, and is it
Are
really
they
supposed
shocked,
to
like,
flow?
Whoa, Samuel.
Yeah,
I know.
It just makes no sense. But you look like a Sean Patrick.
I feel like one too.
Yeah, no, you look like one.
That's really good there. All right, Brown has a story from Rivals that it's I don't know how many first-year coaches. We have a lot in college football, like 29. This isn't just the SEC. This is all over college football.
It is. And the Rivals story, Jim Dunaway, is asking the pressure index, right?
Okay. Nobody's under more pressure their very first year of coaching than Mario Cristobal, Dan Lanning, and Brian Kelly. Those three guys.
This goes from low to medium to high to very high. Those are the settings, all right, on the pressure. I'll just get the ones we don't really care about out of the way,
Yeah,
Mike.
by the way, I would agree with Dunaway, but I think Brian Kelly's got to be at the top of the list because there is an expectation for LSU. Miami sucks, typically.
Well,
So
I went in the order I thought at the top. Yeah. Mario is the least of those three. Dan Lanning is second because he's following Mario. And then at the top is a guy who's taken over a program that's every coach before him, the last 3 ones, have won a national championship.
Mike Elko, Jake Dickert, which I couldn't even remember Jake Dickert is the name of the Washington State coach, Tony Elliott at Virginia, Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, all low. Yeah. And I would agree with that. I mean, I have zero expectation for any of those programs in year one.
Right. Well, you just don't have an expectation for those programs in general.
Overall. The mediums, Kalen DeBoer at Washington, Sonny Dykes at TCU, Brent Pry at Virginia Tech. And this is surprising. This is from Rivals. I think Mike Farrell did this. Let me double check here at the top. Yeah, Mike Farrell, Rivals.com. At medium, Dan Lanning, Oregon.
Wow.
Do you guys agree with that? That's not the last medium.
Well, I think Oregon's kind of in the realm of those programs, a little bit better than those programs.
It is the last medium, I'm sorry. So Oregon at medium, would you go?
No, I high pressure on Dan Lanning. Here's why. Because they are starting to slip into expected mediocrity. And you're starting to lose connection to what Chip Kelly and Mark Helfrich had. And, I think that if Dan Lanning doesn't get this rolling really quickly in Eugene, you have a problem with what is happening in Los Angeles down there with what is going on at USC. And you've got to continue to make Oregon a name brand, and you can only do that by winning. And if you let Lincoln Riley catch you quickly, he'll blow past you and you're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but I just don't know what kind of expectations we've really got for Lanning. I mean, I really don't have any. I mean, this is your third coach in the last 4 years or last 5 years.
That's why I'm saying he's got to be good, and he's got to be good quick. There's
But
a lot of pressure on him.
But do you have an expectation he's going to be good? I don't.
I don't know.
He's a defensive coordinator coming from the Kirby Smart / Nick Saban tree that just won a national championship. Yeah, I expect him to be good.
Here's your highs, okay? Very high is the highest setting. Here are your 4 highs. Mario Cristobal, Miami.
Yep.
High, not very high. Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, just based on the staff and based on the money they're paying.
Yeah.
There is some intensity there, but it's not of the ones you're about to name. More pressure on these new guys.
Marcus Freeman, he puts at number 5 as high.
It's a pressure cooker job.
Yep.
And you're following a lot of success with Brian Kelly.
And he is a defensive-minded coach who will not have, I don't think he was widely considered to be a unanimous choice to be the head coach. So I think that there will not be a lot of leeway with him, that they could slip away from him pretty quickly.
Brent Venables, high at Oklahoma. Not
I
very
forgot
high.
about him, but yeah.
Yeah. I know you can, I think, make an argument very high with where that program has been under Lincoln Riley.
Playoff or bust, usually.
I mean, 25 years, you've only had 3 coaches, and back to Oregon, in 5 years, you've had 3.
3 coaches left. Only 2 are very high. 1 is high. Billy Napier is high. As he says, Dan Mullen was up and down in his 4 seasons. Napier has the expectation that he can steady that ship, but he'll have to maximize Anthony Richardson's ability on the ground for them to even compete in the East. Basically saying they're maybe not great at quarterback.
To me, Florida's almost become the Oregon of the SEC.
Interesting. And the 2 very highs, he puts Lincoln Riley number 2 and Brian Kelly number 1.
Yeah, but I think USC, a little bit more leeway for Lincoln to get it going because he's taking over a little bit more.
I'm not even sure very high.
Well, with Caleb Williams coming in, I read this morning somebody said, I'm not going to be surprised if they end up in the top 10 next year. So people think from 4 and 8 to possibly top 10. I agree with you guys. I think, if you go 6 and 6, 7 and 5, and, it's fun, it's a fun brand of football, that offense is clicking, then I think they're going in the right direction.
Maybe pull an upset. Yeah.
To be in the top 10 is insane.
Yeah. I could see high for Lincoln Riley, maybe not very high. He said one thing that ratcheted up the pressure, though, on Lincoln Riley was the guys he brought in from Oklahoma.
That's right.
You've almost built a roster just through the transfer portal that could compete for the Pac-12.
And you've got a guy that's going to be such a star at quarterback, at least with the media. That's huge. And then we know what LSU is. It's in the SEC. But, I would say an equal build at LSU that Lincoln has at USC, right? The two jobs are a lot alike.
I would think it would. Here's the thing. There's a lot more difficulty going to the SEC West because of the competition, obviously. But again, man, 2019, one of the best teams we've ever seen. So USC, it's been a while. 2016 was their last really good year.
Yeah, but as far as the roster, 20 and 21, 2 more seasons removed from that national championship roster. Not a lot of those guys left. All right, that's a Rivals story. If you'd like to see that from Mike Farrell there. Brown bringing that to the table. When we come back, LT wanted to ask the question, the worst, most underachieving franchise in the last decade. So take you back to early 2010s, so around 2011, 2012. The most underachieving franchise in the last decade. Why LT brings that to the table and who is on that list for you. And Bucky McMillan, all coming up in the final hour of the show, brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV. You can join the conversation, 205-734-0923, Brownie, 734-0923.
Hey, they've sounded the horn down away for that Coleman RV show. It's already started. It goes through 6 o'clock tonight, Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 1 to 5, exit 304 off I-65 at Johnston RV. No charge for parking, no charge for admission. Brand reps are there. The largest selection, the best financing rates, and the best prices of the year. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Go see them at the Coleman Show. The Decatur Show set records. Do it at the Coleman Show as well. I-65, exit 304, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the show here. We're about to talk about the most underachieving franchises of the last decade and turn that into a conversation here before we get to Bucky McMillan. But first, headlines this hour being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. We'll get you updated on the new Kentucky offensive coordinator, not who we thought it was going to be.
Hey, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel O'Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or go online, danielmooreart.com. And remember, submit your T-shirt design, and you can win with us here on the Next Round. It is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Kentucky is, and this is from Bruce Feldman, expected to hire 49ers quarterbacks coach Rich Scangarello. He's going to be the new offensive coordinator. Tom Pelissaro, the first to report that, according to Bruce. So there was a talk of getting the Jets quarterback coach, but Mark Stoops, true to sticking with an NFL guy, bringing in the 49ers quarterback coach and Rich Scangarello.
Two things here. First of all, that 49ers offensive coaching staff's getting rated. The Dolphins have already hired Mike McDaniel, who is the OC. Scangarello is the quarterback's coach. Shanahan obviously calls the plays, but boy, he's lost some guys from his staff there. On the other side of it, Kentucky taking another swing out there at the NFC West, trying to find the guy they like from there, right?
That's right. But, obviously good football being played out there and getting assistants who are not coordinators to come be an OC and maybe follow the Liam Cohen path of going back to the NFL, maybe one and done, maybe two and done from Kentucky to be an OC back in the National Football League. It's a path that has worked once, so that's where Kentucky is going. Other news around college football, Todd Grantham, according to reports, expected to join Alabama's staff at some point. He's got several SEC offers to join coaching staffs. According to Football Scoop, they expect Alabama's offer to be the best for Grantham to join Nick Saban, a longtime friend of his. He has been a defensive coordinator most recently at Florida, Mississippi State, Georgia, and Louisville. Owen Popo expected to miss spring drills, according to Auburn Undercover, something he's considering, wanting to be 100% healthy. He's battled injury all of last year. Jaden Daniels Missouri is a possible landing spot for the Arizona State transfer, though he tweets he is not totally committed yet to the Missouri Tigers, still weighing his options. And UAB basketball, a winner last night, 68-56 over UTSA. They wrap up their road schedule at UTEP. Auburn on the road at Tennessee tomorrow. Can you give me cut number one, Rockstar? Bruce Pearl talking about this game. I mean, you're talking about the best teams in the SEC are Auburn and Kentucky. And then on that next tier, you have Arkansas, Tennessee, or Tennessee, Arkansas, and Alabama. However you want to arrange those, Bruce Pearl talks about the challenge going back to Knoxville.
You know, they turn you over. They steal the ball from you. You know, they put a lot of pressure on you. You know, they fly around. This is one of Rick's better defensive teams, and they play as hard and as physically as anybody, and I think in our league. So it'll be a great challenge for us. Championship caliber game.
And this seems like it will be one of those type games, LT, where it's just a game where it'll be very physical. When you talk about two defenses that you get the way Auburn plays at times and the way Tennessee always plays defensively, this could be one of those black and blue games.
Yeah, and again, I think Tennessee is going to be a slight favorite. 17th right now nationally, you know, already 20 wins. The backcourt is extremely young, but they get better and better. So I don't know. That is going to be a challenge for Auburn, but you guys brought this up earlier this week. Bruce Pearl has owned Rick Barnes.
Yes.
Yep. Senior Day for Alabama tomorrow at 5, and those are your headlines right there being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. A couple of coaching jobs that could pop open. Did you know Rick Stansberry has been at Western Kentucky 6 years now?
It's hard to believe he's been there that long.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it. 6 years, no NCAA tournaments.
Yeah, so he's on the hot seat now, huh?
Yeah, surprising. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, the last time they won a postseason game, I think we were downstairs and Courtney Lee, I think, hit one at the buzzer, like a 30-footer.
Was that the Mario Alston team?
And it got Darren Horn the South Carolina job.
Oh, yeah.
So this is, I mean, I'm thinking it's been over a decade since Western Kentucky's won a postseason game.
He made splash early because he got like a top 20 signee or something like that, or a big signing class, but he's never gotten any traction there.
Our buddy Jared Haas, Stanford. 6 years Stanford. No NCAA tournaments. Not gonna do it this year unless he wins the Pac-12.
So he's probably out. They can't go that long without making the tournament at Stanford. They used to be 1 seeds.
Mike Anderson, St. John's, going to be 3 years now. He's been there. No NCAA tournaments.
Surely they'll
give back out of the tournament this year. Did they make it 1 year? Can't remember if they made it in 1 year.
Yeah. That's tough on, Jared Haas. Look, Stanford under Mike McIntyre. Montgomery. Thank you, Lance. Yeah. Mike Montgomery. They were a 1 seed or in the 1 seed talks a lot.
All the time.
That program used to be really, really good.
That was the path Alabama went through to get to the Elite Eight, beating the one seed Stanford team. And of course, you have Georgia and South Carolina in the SEC. What do you think about Frank Martin right now at South Carolina? They come to Tuscaloosa tomorrow. He's rallied that team. They've got the almost identical records as Alabama, different toughness of schedule. But Frank Martin, since that Final Four,
he's not been to the NCAA tournament. I mean, he's had that one run that's really saved him. I still think his buyout's pretty significant. And they owe Will Muschamp. I think they just. They've still got Will Muschamp money out there. I don't think they're ready to fire Frank Martin.
Yeah,
I don't think financially they can.
Yeah, I think it's one of those borderline deals though where they would like to.
Yeah,
but like Lance said, that contract he got after the Final Four is preventing that right now.
Yeah, Paul says underrated good game in T-Town tomorrow. Carolina's won 4 straight and is tied with Bama for that 5th seed in the SEC. Paul says Carolina has some good young players. Carter is a baller in that game. Tripp, back to your Tennessee game. He says Tennessee was a pick'em or -1 when they hosted Arizona would think Auburn would be catching 1 or 2 points in Knoxville, comparing back with
that's what
Arizona where they are. Yeah,
I said Tennessee a couple of days ago. I think they're probably going to be a 1 or 2 point favorite.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's echoing with you, going back to the Arizona thing. All right, that is a look at our headlines and a little basketball there. Some of you are already chiming in with the most underachieving franchises in the last decade. What sparked this for you? What was the genesis of this, and what franchise were you thinking about in your head?
I was sweating on the Peloton this morning watching the debate again about Aaron Rodgers and what's going to be done, and it's the same. It's just regurgitation, the same stuff over and over again that we saw last year. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, he comes back to Green Bay. You know what? They get a 1 seed, they lose in the playoffs again. If I'm a Green Bay fan, and Green Bay is one of my 2 examples, but Green Bay over the last decade, they have won the NFC North 7 times. They've been the number 1 overall seed in the NFC 3 times. He's won 3 MVPs. Guess how many Super Bowls they've been to?
0 in that amount of time.
0
right?
in 10 years. Yeah. It's pathetic.
So he's won 1 Super Bowl, right?
He's won 1.
Because I got this wrong the other day. I said you had Favre and Rodgers. What I meant to say was 1 apiece, but I just said 1. So I do need to clean that up.
Yeah, so technically, Brown, real quick before you get to your point, I will consider him technically one of the best quarterbacks of all time, not even close to the best quarterback of all time because the guy can't win big games.
Yeah, I mean,
but he has won big games. He's won a Super Bowl. Dan Marino is considered one of the best of all time and did not ever win a Super Bowl.
All I would say, though, with age, these guys should get better, and it seems like he is a better quarterback now, but he can't win the big games now.
Jim Kelly won a lot of games, got to the Super Bowl, and didn't win Super Bowls.
Yeah, but I mean, Aaron Rodgers is not even getting into Super Bowls with that Lambeau home field advantage.
Our Farmfolio chat room, the Dallas Cowboys.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Popped up in there. Is that the other one you were going to give us an example?
I've got another, and when I give it to you guys, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay, but the Dallas Cowboys, you can't go anywhere other than underachieving.
And they've played in what a lot of times is one of the weaker divisions of the NFL. And your path to the playoffs in that division at times felt like it has been 10 wins. 9 wins can get you to the playoffs in that division. It's not as if you've had the Patriots in your division or the Rams this year or the Packers. That should be a division that they own a lot.
Which one is the one that's going to make us go, oh, okay?
It's the New York Yankees. I mean, just think about this. So over the last decade, your Rays have won as many AL East as the Yankees have.
Yeah. It's been a great story in baseball, what Tampa's been able to do with a fifth of the money.
In 10 years, the Yankees have won 6 playoff series. They've lost 7 playoff series. In 10 years, they've missed the playoffs 3 times. That's unacceptable. They haven't been to a World Series in 10 years.
It's been a decade since the Yankees have been to a World Series.
That's pathetic.
Well, I grew up in the 80s. It was really the year, my formative years, the only downtime the Yankees have ever had in the history of their franchise. And it was the Don Mattingly years, really. I mean, you remember that, right? In the 80s when the Yankees were kind of laughingstock. I mean, if you go back and look at their history, pretty much every other generation, the Yankees have been dominant. They're not that bad, Lance. They're not as bad as when you and I were kids, but I mean, that's unacceptable.
Who
for
was
Yankees
winning that
fans.
division in the 80s? Is that back when we had 2 divisions? We didn't have all of them. Was that the Tigers?
The Orioles were playing well, so that was...
But yes, to answer your question.
Yeah.
It was Tigers?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Red Sox were good, too. Remember the Red Sox, they were, in the World Series when Buckner booted the ground ball. So the Red Sox had a pretty good run.
And the Orioles won a series in 83.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays were coming on.
But yes,
were the Tigers good then too? Yeah.
To answer your question, that was an East and West. That was before we had the multiple divisions. You did have multiple divisions, but it was AL East, AL West.
Right.
I mean, to me, that blows me away, though, that the Yankees have not been in a World Series in over a decade.
Tripp gives us Minnesota, the Vikings, underachieving. Thoughts?
Yeah, look, they got to an NFC Championship game. If you're a Vikings fan, I feel bad for you. You've never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's also a franchise that's never won a Super Bowl, so it's hard to say they're underachieving when they've never actually done it.
Yeah, and the reason I bring up Green Bay is not only is it a really good franchise, but the quarterback play is so elite. So elite.
Jeff B. says the Bears, Chicago, underachieving franchise. JM brings up an interesting question. Do you think the Dodgers, for what they have spent and what they've done, with 1 world championship, are they underachieving? Are they the 1990
possibly,
Braves?
But here's the thing. When you start to look at the Dodgers and the Yankees have been to 3 World Series. They got cheated out of 1. You guys will give me, without the Astros cheating, the Dodgers win that series.
Probably so, yeah.
Yeah. So they would have 2 championships. So, I mean, but yeah, I would agree. I mean, the Dodgers have underachieved. Once they get to the postseason, it's not what it's all made. But, they have really good regular seasons. They're winning the West every year. It's unlike the Yankees.
And, I put an asterisk next to the World Series they won. It was shortened year. Didn't play a full season.
For the Dodgers?
Yep.
Yeah.
Put an asterisk next to this one because it's going to be a shortened season.
You're absolutely right. It's not going to be a full season.
You got until Monday to get the deal done. They're still working on that out there. All right, so that's some underachieving franchises there. Keep them rolling in. I forgot about that JM Dog over there. Bobby Cox, when he was coaching Toronto, man, that man could coach. He built the Braves as a general manager, coached in Toronto, and then managed the Braves when he drafted all those young guys and they finally got to the big leagues. That guy was good.
Bobby knew what he was doing.
That guy was good at baseball.
Yeah, Bobby knew what he was doing. It's a shame that he gets remembered for all the lost world championships and the single one he won.
Yeah.
But that guy was there every single year.
Capitals in the NHL is on his list. Another guy's list over there. I will tell you, boy, if you're watching any hockey right now, this could be the Maple Leafs year.
Oh, could it?
They're good.
How long's it been?
It's been forever.
The 40s, I think.
It's been forever for a starved fan base. The Toronto
Maybe the
Maple
50s.
Leafs.
I think it's been over 60 years, though.
Wow.
I mean, you talk about grown men crying if they win one.
Oh, it'll be at a party like you've never seen.
Yeah.
Assuming they're allowed to go outside.
It'd be like the Georgia fans.
Yeah.
All right. We'll do 3 and Out and talk to Bucky McMillan, still to come straight on the show, being brought to you in part by the great folks at the University of Montevallo, 15th ranked Division II baseball team in America. That's right. Number 15 in the country in Division II baseball. That's the Montevallo Falcons right now. You can go catch them at Kermit Johnson throughout the weekend down there and enjoy a little baseball at Montevallo. Find out why your son or daughter belong in school at Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to call home during your college years, Montevallo can be that place. Montevallo.edu for all the details. It starts with a beautiful campus. Southern Living calls it one of the most beautiful campuses in the South. Great tuition, unbelievable academic situation where you have a 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. Check it all out online. Schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the Next Round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. We get it thanks to Sleep Outfitters. It's a truly customized experience. We went into the local Sleep Outfitters, answered just a few questions. In mere moments, they have us literally laying on mattresses, finding the best one for us. We picked the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we've never slept better. And right now, Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale went so well, they've extended it through the end of February. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic Plus spring mattress starting at just $229. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With 0 interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up an incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. When you come to the extended President's Day sale now at your local Sleep Outfitters, find the one nearest you in Alabama at sleepoutfitters.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. If you're looking for gymnastics tonight, Auburn, number 5 in the country at home, 6:30 SEC Network. If you want to see Suni Lee, 5 o'clock SEC Network. If you want to see Alabama as they play host to number 9 Missouri. Softball yesterday, Alabama, number 2 in the country, beat number 20 Louisiana on their home field 9-1. They play a couple of games today and play Louisiana again on Sunday. Auburn's at home today at 2:30 against Louisiana Monroe. Auburn's number 21 in the country. And as we talked about earlier with Chip Brown, Alabama baseball on the road to play number 1 Texas today. They haven't met since the 1983 College World Series. That's a long time ago.
Texas is a significant favorite today. What did I say, minus 520?
I have never in all of my history, and I've been wagering and giving out picks, playing baseball for 30-plus years, and I've never seen anybody over maybe a 420 favorite.
Yeah. So I think Texas probably wins today.
And I'll tell you the one SEC player you want to try to get to see in just a second after Brown tells you about the great folks at Wayne's.
They were out treating my yard yesterday. They take care of all of us here on the show. If you want a barefoot, good summer lawn, Wayne's is the place to go. You get your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with this code, TNR, for the Next Round. It helps us when you use that. It helps you save, TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place in that yard. 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES-1. Get that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with 1 month free with the code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES and the number 1.
Listen, I haven't seen the guy pitch yet, but Tennessee's got a kid named Ben Joyce. He threw a pitch the other night that was 101.
Ooh.
His next pitch was 102.
Now, who's got this kid?
Tennessee,
Okay.
Ben Joyce. His next pitch was 103.
Jeez.
He threw several pitches that were like 101, 102, 103, 101. Then he dropped in a 98-mile-an-hour changeup.
A 98-mile-an-hour changeup?
No, it was just a 98-mile-an-hour fastball that looked so much different than the 101, 102, 103.
I mean, that's didn't Mitch Williams hit those numbers when he first came to the league? Was he that?
I don't know. I mean, you've got a few guys that are consistently hitting 100 right now, but I don't know if Mitch ever got up there. He got up there, but not.
Don't you always question the
jugs
the gun at places when it's like, ooh, 101. Okay, is this really 101? Is this really 103?
I question it when I hear things like that. I don't question if I'm watching a broadcast and he's Aroldis Chapman's out there and he's consistently hitting 100. I believe that.
Yeah. But to go 101 and then walk it up the ladder to 103.
Yeah, David says find the video. It's dirtier than you even described it.
Yeah. Oh, it moves. I mean, it's got movement. It's not flat.
It doesn't even matter if it's flat at 103.
Yeah. It really
does. Did he throw it yet?
Yeah, that's good. All right, let's do our 3 and Out today. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations in town.
Yeah, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family. As Dunaway said, 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
While we're talking baseball, the Yankees are about to retire Paul O'Neill's number in the upcoming season, if we ever get to that. Better Yankee career, Paul O'Neill or Bernie Williams?
Bernie Williams. Maybe just because I think Paul O'Neill is a complete dick.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just his persona.
All he did was whine and complain about balls and strikes.
And I don't think it was likable to anybody but Yankees fan, but I thought Bernie Williams was a better player. I really did.
I love Paul O'Neill.
Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What?
Both of them appeared in Seinfeld.
Bernie Williams did too?
Yes, he did.
I'm shocked that you like Paul O'Neill.
No, I remember.
I liked him. I was about to finish. Paul O'Neill with the Reds. I liked him much better in Cincinnati.
We had this exact discussion on AM radio way back in the Dunaway and Brown days when I complained about Paul O'Neill once, and Dunaway liked him then. But I guess that was before he was too deep in the Yankees.
Yeah, but
all he does is complain.
Paul O'Neill with the Reds. Loved him. I liked him with the Yankees, too. Didn't dislike him.
No, don't like Paul O'Neill. Bernie Williams.
Getting his number retired, I mean, that's pretty big with New York.
I'm surprised, actually, because, it's – we talk about the Hall of Fame has got too many not average guys but not elite guys in. And Paul O'Neill seems like to be a Yankee Hall of Famer, you should be elite.
Haven't they retired all the single-digit numbers in New York now?
They retired him so much that – not guys in spring training, but real guys are wearing 67 and 99.
I think all the single digits are gone once Jeter retired. I think that was
78. You watch a Yankees game, you look like you're watching a spring training game because they've got so many numbers out there, but they've retired so many, they're running out of numbers.
I can't believe they're retiring Paul O'Neill. I can't believe they're putting him in the same category as Mickey Mantle, and
you can't name them all.
Ruth,
you can't name them all.
And Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I'll just say this. I think
Ford.
if you looked at the career numbers, and I could be totally off here, Bernie Williams' numbers would be much better than Paul O'Neill's, and I could be completely off there.
Second down.
All right, we're talking about quarterbacks earlier. Jaden Daniels transferring, could end up at Missouri or somewhere else. Jaden Daniels or Spencer Rattler, more wins next year. So you could have Jaden in Missouri, Spencer in South Carolina.
I will take Jaden wherever he goes.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not. Look, and I give Shane Beamer a lot of credit. And I think Rattler is major upgrade. You went from basically an F situation at quarterback to what could be a B+, even an A when he plays at his best. But South Carolina, now they're not going to sneak up on anybody at all. And I just don't think they've got the roster right now. So to me, South Carolina, the ceiling is 5 or 6 wins. Jaden Daniels could still go to, as you said, a mid-major. A group 5.
Yeah, that's true. It's weird because where Daniels is going, I could see Rattler being the better of the 2 quarterbacks maybe, but Daniels having the better record depending on where he goes, if that makes sense.
That name, image, and likeness deal that Spencer has there, and seems like it'll be one of those, much like Caleb Williams at USC, there'll be a lot of spotlight on Spencer Rattler. Sent out his own hype video the other day getting ready for spring practice.
There's a lot of pressure on him. A lot of people are talking about, hey, look what Shane Beamer did year 1. Now he's got him a quarterback.
Yeah. Now, first thing when I saw Spencer send out his own hype video, and it was all with Oklahoma video with music to it, I thought to myself, I wonder if Oklahoma gave him the rights to use his highlight video from Oklahoma.
Probably not.
As a hype video for South Carolina.
Third down.
Yeah, I told you earlier, Dave Doran of NC State with a contract extension. This is a brilliant move by NC State, by the way, because they're going to have a really good year.
Should have a really good year, yeah.
And they're going to have to pay him more money if they wait for them to get into the playoffs or have a really good year. They're giving him $1.5 million raise.
So where is he now? About $4.5?
$5 million from $3.5 to $5 million.
The NC State coach.
5 is kind of the basement now for group or for Power 5.
It is, but I'm just saying, go back a decade, and I'll tell you the NC State coach.
He was on a hot seat 2 or 3 years ago. People were talking about Durham might be the guy out.
So $5 million for Dave Doran through 2026. All the assistants got a deal. More wins this year, Dave Doran or Mario Cristobal?
Oh, I'll go whatever you want on this one. Dave Doran.
Dave Doran?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'm going to go Dave Doran. He'll go whatever you want.
Yeah.
NC State may be the favorite to win the league.
Yeah,
I think
Clemson
still will be, but NC State
will be number 2,
yeah.
and then Miami will be number 3.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I think people will sell. I think Cristobal, once you get to ACC Media Days, he'll sell the media how good this team's going to be.
But you tell me, pull up. I think I have this right. NC State's in the same division with Clemson. Miami's in the other division.
I think you're right about that.
You could have a very odd NC State Miami ACC championship game.
That would be odd.
Wouldn't be as odd as Pitt and Wake Forest.
It would not be that odd.
4th down.
Finally, Ken Burrows passed away.
I did not know that.
Yep, passed away yesterday. Oilers wide receiver, part of the Love Ya Blue Oiler teams back in the day. I think still to this date, the last guy to wear double zeros.
That's right.
In the NFL.
You're right.
They made it to back-to-back AFC championship games, the Pittsburgh Steelers,
Yep.
the great Steelers team.
You remember the quarterback for the Oilers?
Dan Pastorini.
Yeah.
Was that Earl Campbell team?
Earl Campbell teams.
One of the great quotes. Oh, go ahead and
Bum
ask
Phillips. The question is, those Oiler uniforms or any other one in NFL history to bring back?
Oh, those are good, yeah.
I just love the light blue and red combination
I agree.
for whatever reason.
Why do we not have that in any
I don't know.
form or fashion right now in the NFL?
The Titans incorporated a little bit, but
Not
not
enough.
that same uniform.
I had a really cool light blue and red shirt, and a chick stole it from me.
Oh.
It's a long story.
trust her.
Not really a long story, a short story, but probably shouldn't tell it here.
Greatest, one of the greatest Bum Phillips quotes of all time about Earl Campbell. He said, somebody asked him, was like, has Earl Campbell ever finished a 100-yard dash? He goes, no, but I wasn't handing it to him on 4th and 99 anyway. That's a great quote.
You know, his grandson, so Wade Phillips' son, is on the Ram staff now.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
And Wade was a few years ago,
That's
right?
right.
Bum Phillips loved him as a coach. I love that Oiler team because I hated the Steelers so much. I was always cheering for the Oilers for some reason. They could just never get past them. But they were close one year, and I think they were close the second year, and they come back to the Astrodome. They roll in, and they've sold out or opened the doors, and the Astrodome's packed, and he grabs a microphone and says, we knocked on the door again. Next year we're going to kick the bleepity-bleep thing down. And, of course, they did. But
you think Bum Phillips is one of those guys that would absolutely die if he saw our society right now?
Oh, yes.
Well, yeah.
You think he ever cracked a belt?
He always looked like he did, for
Don't
sure.
you hold it from both ends and pop it?
Yeah.
That is our 3 and Out today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, you still got time to get that car winterized. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle, locally owned and operated. Get in today. Go see them. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
One of the hottest teams in America is Samford basketball. Bucky McMillan, the author of Bucky Ball, is up next with us. Stay with us.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery 5th hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem. For a Dry Tech specialist, they're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
All right, so Auburn's in the lead over Kentucky in the SEC by a game. They play tomorrow at Tennessee. Bama's got senior day as they play South Carolina over in Tuscaloosa. They've won 4 of 5. UAB's on the road after a win last night at UTEP. Jack State just won the ASUN. And I told you one of the hottest teams in America going to break is Samford. They've won 9 of 10. We're about to talk to Bucky about the growing crowds and how hot his team is heading towards a challenge with Chattanooga in the tournament to get into the big dance after LT tells us about the great folks at Odie's.
Yes, a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Stop in this weekend for the live music, of course, lunch and dinner from our friend Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, Bucky McMillan, head coach of the Samford Bulldogs, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's a tune-up game for them today. Tune-up at Chattanooga, Bucky. You just work out the kinks and get the mocks there and see what's going on. How are you?
Doing good. You know, they were a top 40 team in the country. It's a hard team just to work kinks out on. It'd be a good road test for us.
Yeah, absolutely a good road test. Obviously, we played the cut from you after your game the other night. A switch flipped. I mean, can you go back 10 games, 11 games and talk about why this team is so different now than they were midseason?
Well, you know, we started off really good in the non-conference. You know, we went 10-2. We beat Ole Miss, went to Oregon State. We won, had some good wins. We go home from the Ole Miss game right before Christmas. We come back and half our team has COVID. Then we go through some injuries, and we start the league 1-6. got everybody back healthy. It's been easy for our guys kind of to even in spite of that, when you're on the road, you're getting beat by double digits, to kind of pack it on in. But we got back healthy, stayed the course, and got really hot. And then a lot of these games at the end ended up being at home. And, man, it just took off, man. Our crowds have been unbelievable. So doing something special, and it's fun because we got a group filled primarily with freshmen and sophomores. So on the verge of doing something really special.
Well, hey, this last win, I mean, you know, what's strange about this is you guys lose by 32 earlier this year to Furman. You beat them by 8. You typically don't see a 40-point swing in the same season.
Yeah, no doubt. We're definitely getting better. You know, Furman's a really good team. They start 4 seniors, and I think 3 of them may be fifth-year guys. Our guys are really young. The reality, when that happens, the younger team has the advantage to get significantly better as the season goes along. You know, that's just the nature of it. But we also played that game without 3 of our starters the first time. So we're getting better, but you know how it is, man. To get in that NCAA tournament, you got to stay hot, and we got to have a really good 3 games up in Asheville in the SoCon tourney here in a week.
Yeah, I want to talk about your crowds and about building for the future, because you're still young at the job. Your team is young. The buzz is growing. So how do you balance winning now in the here and now, but what's out there in the future? Because there's got to be a yin and yang on building for tomorrow, but still wanting to enjoy what's happening right now. How are you managing that?
You know, it's a good question, but you know, the fact is, like, every single game, right, we've seen our players get better. And every single game, we've seen our students rally around our players. And I think that what's special right now, what's going on, is our team really kind of fits this university, because there's been times that Samford's had some good teams in the past, you know, and this team we have right now winning 20 games in the regular season's only happened 3 times in history.
Yep.
Samford's never won 10 games in the SoCon. We've done it this year. But that's probably not enough to have the whole student body rally around a group. They also have to know those people, respect those people, be good people. And so, you know, when we have guys that go to class, they interact with their classmates. When we win games, they're jumping up in the student section. It tells me that we have a team for Samford, you know, and the people of Samford are respecting that. So it's a great marriage right now. And, you know, you ask, how do we maintain that? You keep having the right kind of guys in the program. They're not bigger than the school. They're not bigger than the student body. And I think this will continue to grow.
Bucky McMillan is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, head coach of the Samford Bulldogs. A lot of people around here remember Bucky coaching at Mountain Brook, and you know this, Bucky. We've known you for a long time. There are a lot of people that doubted you, that said you can't go from the high school level to the college level like this and be successful. What have you learned? I mean, I know you've had to have learned something. What have you learned from the time that you took this Samford job to right now about being a college head coach?
Well, when it comes to the straight high school coaching, you know, there's been very few that have kind of made that jump, you know, straight from high school, but there's been several that have had more time in high school, like Oates at Alabama, than they have in college, and have been very successful, you know. And if you kind of go back and look at it, I think who else? Let's see, Beeline maybe was a high school coach for a while, John Thompson.
Yep.
And so the thing that I'll tell you is, when I'm in these college games, for me, I've been a head coach my whole life. I've never done anything but that. It just feels like another day at the office for me. Because what generally happens, and this is not a knock to anybody because people can go about it different ways, it's not like I've been an assistant coach and then I find myself in the fourth quarter in the first game of the year and it's my first time to call a timeout.
Yeah.
You know? And so I don't think this is about necessarily me, but I think that more high school coaches need to be looked at, you know, because the reality of it is, you know, a lot of people that hadn't been in that spot, it's a lot harder for those guys on game day. Now, if you ask me what's the difference between high school kids and college kids, I would say that the biggest difference from where I'm from and being able to work with kids for so many years compared to getting them for maybe 1 to 4 years is there's actually less coaching involved in college. I know that sounds crazy, but it's harder because you have them for a shorter period of time to develop the guys that you would if you had them like we did when I was at Mount Brook High School from, you know, 3rd grade all the way up. You can really develop those guys. Once they're there at 20 years old, you know, the bad habits are a little bit harder to break. So, you know, that's the reality of it, that you got to do whatever you can to fit and mold that group in a short period of time.
You know, I said this about Urban Meyer when he took the Jacksonville Jags job. I said he's going to lose more this year than he's lost in his last 6-7 years of coaching. And going back to year one last year where you guys, you know, only won 6 games, you lost 10 of your last 11 games. How difficult was it going from a powerhouse, an elite program like Mountain Brook, and basically winning every night out to losing 10 of your last 11 games?
You know, it's not easy, that's for sure. And, you know, we kind of ended the season with the circumstances of the injury and the COVID with like 6 scholarship players. So it was a really interesting deal. We have Coach Reball, coaching legend, who is my assistant coach who I played for in college. And we're down so many players. He's playing in practice as a practice dummy. So coaching legend, but player legend at age 70 is not what we really envisioned in the season. But, you know, we had to make 10 in some ways. But no, that wasn't easy. But we knew this, that a lot of times, like, winning down the road happens in circumstances like that. And I really think a lot of the wins we're having this year was a result of kind of setting, and I know it's an overused word, setting the culture the way we kind of wanted it last year, irrespective of the results, you know. So I think a lot of that is paying off for this season.
You've given a lot of credit to the players, obviously, your coaching staff, the student body. But I got to mention the business community seems to be rallying around you at Samford in this basketball program. Like I've been in Birmingham covering sports for 25 years, 30 years now. I don't think I've ever seen the business community as united supporting Samford athletics and Samford basketball like they are right now. And I think part of that is you. How important is that, having some real boosters and financiers behind you as you want to build this dream program at Samford?
Well, personally, it means a great deal, and it's impossible for us to have success at Samford without that. You know, I mean, that's for sure. You know, I'm from here. I'm from Birmingham. You know, I played high school basketball at Mountain Brook, then I played college basketball at Birmingham Southern. And if it wasn't for the support of those people, you know, I would have never been the head coach at Mountain Brook. I would have never been the JV coach at Mountain Brook.
Right.
I would have never been the head coach at Mountain Brook. A lot of those people, heck, our booster club rivaled a lot of colleges when I was at Mountain Brook. Okay. Like, we raised a lot of money, had a lot of people support our program, and they supported me. And so getting to this position, I wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for those people who helped me along the way. And I dang sure wouldn't have been in this position if it wasn't for Dwayne Reball, who gave me, a skinny little white kid who couldn't even barely touch the rim, a scholarship to play at Birmingham Southern, right? So all of those things, when I'm in this position, you know, I take great pride in it and I understand the responsibility of it. But all of those people are helping build this at Samford, and that's got to continue for us to be successul.
And another one of those guys, your dad, and I've met your dad through Frank Bromberg, and obviously I've met you through Bromberg, and he kind of told me the story, but wanted to give you an opportunity to give a little more background on it about when you were a young player and how you got better. Your dad would drop you off at a certain gym every single day where you were going against better competition to actually mold you to the basketball guy you are now.
Yeah, you know, my dad, he wasn't from this area. You know, I mean, he moved up here, one of his first people in his family to go to college, hard worker and all that. But he knew, being from the suburbs, that if you were going to make it in basketball, it wasn't just enough to work hard. You had to have a certain edge to you, you know. And so, you know, when I came along, I remember this very vividly. He would take me to this gym and drop me off, you know, when I was going to maybe the 7th grade. And he dropped me off there early in the summer and said, I'm going to take you every day. Drop me off there at 10 a.m., right? I go in there, said, I'll pick you up at 5. You know, I'm the only dude from the suburbs playing in this gym. Only guy that you walk in the gym, everybody's looking at you. You know, they wouldn't let you even get in the game. You know, bro, get off the floor, man. You're too young. You're 12 years old. All these guys are 18 years old. You're not getting in this game. So I remember that. So I come back to the car, picks me up at 5, said, how'd it go? And they wouldn't let me play. So I would be back tomorrow. Same deal, comes back, drops me off June 2nd. Same deal. Drops me off 10 a.m. I'm like, you going to come in? They're not going to let me play. No, I'm not coming in. You got to get in the game. You know, there's 40 people in there playing. You know, they didn't let me in. Sit there from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. You know, this goes on 3-4 days. I just remember, like, the last day we're coming back, I don't want to go. He said, oh, no, you're going. And so he says, they're not going to let me play. So just like, all right, well, then you're going to end up sitting there all the way from now until the end of August. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, you know, kind of, I can tell you where the story goes. You get fed up and you develop an edge inside yourself. Like, I'm playing, I'm on the floor. Y'all can play at 11. Y'all can play around me, you know? But the story was a vision of my dad was that it's not good enough just to work hard. You have to have an edge to you. That's helped me in coaching a great deal. And it certainly helped me when I was at Mountain Brook, because I think when people think Mountain Brook, people may not think athletically that's going to be a basketball team that's going to have a massive edge to them. So I think we were successful because we were a suburban school. We were smart, but we developed a certain edge. And at Samford, I think our players right now have a tremendous edge to them. That has a lot to do with the players we recruited. But I credit my dad for a lot of what my philosophies are coaching-wise, is playing with that certain edge that you see all great teams play with.
Great story.
Yeah. So, hey, once you got on the court, how did you play?
I played hard. That's all I know. And after you get in one time, you're in the rest of the summer. But what's wild is a lot of the people that I met in that game went on, and some of those people that I met into their sons ends up coming to Mountain Brook and playing for me years later just because they respected it. You know, I played with them every summer from that point on. So it's a cool story.
Fantastic.
3 o'clock tip at Chattanooga. Samford is there. Chattanooga 69 in the net today. In the Ken Palm, they are 77. So it's a great matchup for Samford. Coach, best of luck. Always fun talking with you.
Thank you, Bucky.
Appreciate y'all having me. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. That is Bucky McMillan, the head coach of Samford University. JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline is where you found Coach.
And the lock every day is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. You can't beat these folks when things are not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right. You call Hemp Hill Services. That number is 205-229-2090. 229-2090, Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team there at Hemp Hill are the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, that number again, 205-229-2090. LT, what you got?
Well, we're going back West Coast. We had Oregon last night, needed that win to bolster that tournament resume. San Jose State at San Diego State. The Aztecs also at 17-7. They're trying to play their way into this tournament right now. San Jose State is awful. 1-11 on the road. Flip side, San Diego State 13-1. Got the Aztecs tonight. It's a large number, but it doesn't matter as long as you cover that number. -21, taking San Diego State. That is our lock.
Take 3 touchdowns and a hook and maybe cover that one tonight. That's the lock. Brought to you by Hemp Hill Services. Our final thoughts when we come back.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I'm like a...
I mean, for a guy that lost a Corolla, you would think that you would know the culture of the local bookmaker here. That way was just asking me, so almost, I don't know, and I've got a guest in studio, I'm not going to identify him. I don't think there's anybody that actually takes bets over the phone anymore, right? Yeah, it's all set up on websites.
Yeah, but the reason I like legalized gambling is because in the old days, I got thousands of dollars behind because you don't pay in advance. I'm going to Las Vegas, so I've got, if I'm betting $100, I have to have $100 to bet $100.
I've always made this argument, when the district attorneys wanted to get involved, or the attorney general, I should say, that legalizing gambling controls it, and guys can't get in your situation.
That's exactly right.
Now, the local bookmaker's smart enough that they're going to let you do what
exactly.
you want to do.
They want to get you on the hook.
I had a number and a credit line. And you get suckered in till you lose your Toyota to sell in your ping golf clubs.
Yeah.
On one bad Sunday or Saturday.
My question would be, how did you have ping golf clubs when you were in school?
I was single and had a professional job. I wasn't in school when I lost the ping. It was the early 90s. I was working at NBC 13.
Because to your point, if a sports book opened up here in Birmingham, you pay for that bet at the window.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. There's no credit.
Yeah, you pay your $100 and you get your money back on the win.
Do you know, do they let you do it on credit cards? Some places I don't think do, right?
I think it's cash.
It's got to be a cash or debit card.
Again, I'll ask the degenerate in here without identifying him.
I think it's cash. You can't even use your debit card.
I think you use a credit card anymore.
Markers. You probably have a marker at a casino by now, but it's. I mean, you can get cash from your credit card and then whatever the fee they're going to charge.
They're just going to make you go that extra step.
But anytime I've gone to a sports book, it's straight cash.
I mean, it's like we're talking to Jimmy the Greek, the ghost of Jimmy the Greek on the Lego over here. Got all the answers. Mortgage Right brings us this final thought on legalized gambling today.
Yes, our friends at Mortgage Right again. Day one, these guys have been with us here on the Next Round. We always appreciate their support. If you're in the housing market, you might be wondering, When the best time is to buy a home, we'll wonder no longer because our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home with locations nationwide. Mortgage Right, the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you in with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Just heard from Bucky McMillan. It's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Chip Brown earlier telling us 2024 is the year Texas should be coming to the SEC with Oklahoma. They'll still pay $80 million to leave in 2024. That's when ESPN takes over the broadcast rights. And Jordan Tiamu earlier, all that at nextroundlive.com. Your final thought today, Connor O'Gara writes the story earlier. Defensive-minded coaches got hired. Venables, Freeman, and Lanning at Notre Dame, Oklahoma, and Oregon. 4 of the top 5 coaches in the country last year, defensive-minded coaches.
Well, 2 of those spots have been known more for their offense than their defense recently, Oklahoma and Oregon, not necessarily Notre Dame.
4 of the 14 in the SEC in Division I Power 5 football, including Notre Dame, 24 of the 65 head coaches are defensive-minded coaches.
Well, the last 3 coaches to win a national championship defense: Kirby, Nick, Orgeron.
Ed Orgeron, right. A lot of defensive-minded coaches having success. Connor's story that you can get at nextroundlive.com sort of focuses on maybe a shift back to defensive-minded guys running programs. Great week. Enjoy your weekend. We're back with you on Monday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.